I have a suite at the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551, Return to Homeland. How long has it been since I came back? If you count carefully, it seems to have been almost a year. Looking at the runway flying by outside the window, Jiang Chen thought absent-mindedly. Judging from the silhouette before the plane landed, this homeland was no different from when he left. The only difference was his state of mind. He was a little hurried when he left, but he was very calm when he returned. This is the root of the dragon vein in the heart of the Republic. When he was in college, he came here with the mood of seeing the world, but today, he realized the true meaning of this so-called world. The world is something that cannot be seen unless you reach a certain level. The welcoming ceremony was organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Although the political system of Singapore and China is different, they belong to the same cultural circle and have a brotherly friendship. As for the visit of the President of Singapore, China naturally showed the highest courtesy to show the demeanor of a great power. The top leaders of the two countries shook hands enthusiastically and walked towards the diplomatic ceremonial motorcade accompanied by a man in a suit. The media stood on both sides of the red carpet in an orderly manner, using cameras to broadcast the friendship between the two countries to the whole country. Jiang Chen left all the troublesome things to Zhang Yaping, and he stayed quietly in the business delegation, avoiding the media in a low-key manner. He did not bring any bodyguards on this trip, and Aisha was also his secretary, carrying a briefcase and following him half a step behind. The people responsible for meeting these businessmen were mainly from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the leaders in charge of economic and trade cooperation. As soon as they met, the leading official came up to greet him enthusiastically and shook Jiang Chen's hand heavily. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that, although these officials in suits and leather shoes were receiving the entire delegation, their eyes were always on him. He could feel obvious flattery from these eyes, and the reason why they were so enthusiastic was definitely the intention of the higher-ups. This was undoubtedly a good sign. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's mouth corners could not help but rise slightly. For this trip to China, this was undoubtedly a good start. The first day of the visit was mainly a diplomatic meeting. The business forum will be held at noon tomorrow. The only arrangement today was the state banquet in the evening. The receptionists who were dressed in suits and leather shoes surrounding him really made him feel like he was returning home. However, among the security guards, he unexpectedly caught a glimpse of an acquaintance. Although the grey coat looked very low-key, it still looked a bit eye-catching among the crowd of people wearing suits. Perhaps he was aware of this, so he always stood outside the security guards. Leo Dao? If it was Leo Dao, his face was a little too young, but the figures of the two always gave him an illusion of overlap. Just as he was thinking this, Jiang Chen met his eyes. Without much communication, he just nodded to Jiang Chen and then stopped looking at him. It can be seen that he seemed to know him, but Jiang Chen couldn't remember where he had seen him. When he arrived at the hotel, Jiang Chen asked the receptionist who had been chatting with him in a friendly manner about the security guard. Oh, that person. He is a bodyguard of the general staff. The higher-ups attach great importance to your safety, the receptionist explained to Jiang Chen with a smile. I just feel familiar with him. Can you tell me his name? Jiang Chen smiled. The receptionist hesitated for a moment, thinking that it was not a secret, so he told Jiang Chen the truth. Mao Jun, he went to Wanghai City to perform a mission before. You may have seen him at that time. When Jiang Chen heard the name, he quickly remembered it. This Mao Jun was the new agent next to Leo Dao. It's just that I haven't seen him for a long time, and this guy has really changed a lot. The original impetuous young man is gone, replaced by maturity and stability. I don't know what happened to make this guy transform into a qualified soldier. Jiang Chen originally thought that he would not stay in this line for long, but now he has changed his mind a little. The hotel is a 5-star hotel. Judging from the bodyguards on duty at the door and the magnificent decoration, this should be a facility specially used to receive VIPs. At the door of the hotel, Jiang Chen saw Xia Xiao, who had been waiting for a long time. He had learned from the phone that she would go to Beijing from Hong Kong one day in advance. But what he didn't expect was that she was also received as one of the foreign guests. She was wearing a clean black suit, and her black hair was tied up behind her head as usual. Her serious face was as cold and beautiful as a flower on a mountain. They were not very close, but this long-awaited reunion still made him feel a little bit faster. And this feeling of faster heartbeats, perhaps all came from the smile that melted the ice and snow after meeting. Long time no see. Not too long. After all, there is a video call. Jiang Chen stopped beside Sun Jiao and said with a smile. They had arrived at the hotel where they were staying, and the rest of the arrangements were relatively free. The receptionist who had been standing next to Jiang Chen was also a person who could read the atmosphere very well. When he saw Sun Jiao for the first time, he guessed that there might be an ambiguous relationship between the two, and then walked aside calmly. "Don't you miss me?" "Of course I do." Although the smile on his face was still not very serious, what Jiang Chen expressed was not false at all. The scale of the future group is getting bigger and bigger, and it seems that Sun Jiao is the only one around him who can entrust such an important task. It might sound a bit narcissistic to say this, but he was still certain that Sun Jiao would never betray him, whether it was out of past kindness or personal feelings. Looking at Jiang Chen's face, her lips trembled slightly. She obviously had a lot to say to him, but when she really saw him, she was not good at expressing her feelings, and could not turn these thoughts into reasonable words. Tomorrow's business forum, the three giants of BAT will be present, and the cooperation between the internet and VR industries will be the first part of the business talks. Sun Jiao slightly turned away. In the hesitant lips, she finally squeezed out such an evasive word. "Well, I already know." Without noticing Sun Jiao's emotional fluctuations, Jiang Chen nodded and responded with a reassuring smile. With a little red cloud on her cheeks, Sun Jiao did not look into Jiang Chen's eyes. At this moment, she noticed Aisha behind Jiang Chen, and her expression was stained with a touch of complexity. It was almost lunchtime, and as a representative of the entrepreneurs of New China, Jiang Chen had to arrive early, so after exchanging a few words with Sun Jiao, he said goodbye, and went to the room upstairs first. Sensing that Sun Jiao had something to say to her, Aisha did not follow Jiang Chen any further, but instead cast her inquiring gaze towards the first wife, whom she was very optimistic about. "I will not give up." After a long silence, Sun Jiao looked directly into the girl's eyes and said dignifiedly, "Welcome." Aisha responded to her friend's gaze seriously, and said from the bottom of her heart, she sincerely hoped that Sun Jiao could face her heart frankly, and she did not suggest that they become sisters. Because if it was her, she would definitely be able to help him more. Instead of being like herself, who had nothing to do except fighting and killing. But perhaps because she was also not good at expressing herself, her invitation was understood as a victorious demonstration in Sun Jiao's ears. Sun Jiao pursed her lips in a complicated way, and the fighting spirit was also burning in her eyes. Without too many words, she turned and left, leaving Aisha with a question mark on her face. Looking at her back as she left, Aisha pursed her lips slightly and couldn't help but fall into serious thinking. "I always feel that no matter how long they drag it out, there will be no results. How about giving her a hand?" The azure eyes flickered with a different light. Chapter 552. How sincerely are you? This book finally has its fifth leader. Thanks to the red comet NT1. As usual, it will explode today. After all, it was a welcoming lunch, so naturally, the red tape could not be omitted. The lunch lasted from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the actual dining time was only 1 hour. However, Jiang Chen had no complaints about this. On the one hand, the dishes at the state banquet were indeed impeccable, and on the other hand, the people from the protocol department really made him feel at home. The person in charge of receiving Jiang Chen was Liu Haoshan. He was not tall, had a short flat head, and looked very energetic. His conversation and behavior were humorous and polite. During his stay in China, he would accompany Jiang Chen on his daily trips. Whether it was going back to his hometown to visit relatives, or going out of the province to investigate investment, his main responsibility was to serve as a driver, and at the same time, he would solve various problems for the VIPs, to maintain the international image. Although there was no arrangement for the afternoon and the itinerary, Jiang Chen obviously underestimated the enthusiasm of the people from the Ministry of Commerce for him. Only 2 weeks after the Phantom helmet was launched, Wall Street analysts re-evaluated the market value of Future Group, and its valuation reached a terrifying $500 billion. This is a conservative valuation, based on the uncertainty of the maintenance costs of the supercomputers used by Future Technology and the research and development costs of the helmet. If Future Group is listed on Nasdaq and discloses relevant operating details, no one will doubt that its market value will exceed $700 billion, replacing Apple as the world's largest technology company by market value. For such a popular enterprise, and one that is going global from China, the people from the Ministry of Commerce will naturally not give up the opportunity to win it over. Various favorable policies were placed in front of Jiang Chen, and the only requirement was that Future Group come to China to invest and build a factory. It would be best if it was a factory that produced Phantom helmets. However, after drinking tea for a whole afternoon, the two sides did not reach any substantial results. Jiang Chen has not given up on the investment, especially on the factory building, and he laughed it off. Although the people from the Ministry of Commerce were anxious, there was nothing they could do. They had already brought out the policies that the higher-ups could offer, but Jiang Chen showed no interest at all, which confused them for a moment. Could it be that this person was not here to discuss business at all? Thinking of the tasks assigned by the higher-ups, and looking at Jiang Chen who kept drinking tea, the representatives of the Ministry of Commerce felt helpless. Of course, they were confused. Jiang Chen was of course here to discuss business, but not with the people from the Ministry of Commerce. At most, they were the pawns sent by the higher-ups to test him. Even if there was no substantial progress today, the higher-ups would not make things difficult for them. Jiang Chen was waiting for someone who was important enough. If the Chinese side paid enough attention to him, then this person would come soon. It was just as he thought. After the state banquet ended in the evening, Jiang Chen got on the Hanqi L9 at the entrance of the Shangjing Hotel. Liu Haoshan, who was responsible for receiving him, sat in the driver's seat. After starting the car, he did not get on the road immediately. "Do you have a reservation later?" "No." "Is there any problem?" "An important person wants to see you." Jiang Chen looked at Liu Haoshan in the rearview mirror. "Who?" "An old man." "Don't worry, don't be so vigilant, it's a good thing." Liu Haoshan responded to Jiang Chen's gaze with a smile. "If it's convenient, I can take you there now." "Of course, if you have other arrangements, tomorrow is also fine." "Then let's do it now." Jiang Chen leaned back in his seat and said in a relaxed tone, "There is another business forum tomorrow, I may be busy." Liu Haoshan smiled slightly, held the steering wheel, and got on the road. The scenery outside the window flew by, gradually fading away the prosperity, and turned into a slightly retro urban area. The car didn't drive for long, and stopped in front of an ancient and majestic courtyard. The bodyguard standing at the door put his hand on his waist, and didn't let down his guard, until he saw Liu Haoshan getting out of the car. Liu Haoshan opened the car door for Jiang Chen, and made a gesture to him to invite him. "Please come in, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Chen looked up at the line on the gate of the courtyard, and suddenly looked at Liu Haoshan meaningfully. "I originally thought you were just a driver, but I didn't expect you to be so extraordinary." "No, I'm just an ordinary concierge receptionist," Liu Haoshan said modestly. Jiang Chen smiled, without saying much, stepped over the high threshold, and walked straight into the courtyard. On the gate he just stepped over, there were two big characters written in regular script. "Liu family." The layout of the courtyard is generous and elegant, with rockery and ponds complementing each other. Although there is no study of traditional culture, Jiang Chen can still see that this is a design that combines the characteristics of the northern climate and imitates the Suzhou garden. Although there are no valuables in the courtyard, Jiang Chen knows very well that it takes more than money to own such a large courtyard in Shangjing City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Under the guidance of Liu Haoshan, Jiang Chen followed the path paved with bluestone roads and came to the tea room in the main building of the courtyard. Here, he met an old man with grey hair. Judging from Liu Haoshan's respectful expression, the identity of this old man must be extraordinary. The layout of the tea room was very simple, with only one table, a chessboard, and a pot of tea. Tea again. Jiang Chen's brows twitched. After drinking tea all afternoon, he felt a little nauseous when he saw tea. Don't you want to sit down? Seeing that Jiang Chen did not move, the old man said with a pleasant face. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled politely and sat on the sofa opposite the old man. What's your name, please? I'm Prime Minister Liu. Considering our age, you can call me uncle, the old man said with a smile, pouring hot tea for Jiang Chen and himself. Liu Haoshan looked at his father with a little surprise, but soon withdrew his gaze. Uncle Liu. Jiang Chen called him very tactfully. Uncle Liu seemed to be very satisfied with Jiang Chen's address. He smiled happily and looked at Jiang Chen with the eyes of an elder looking at a younger person. The turbid but shrewd pupils concealed their sharpness in the rising white mist. Although it was concealed, Jiang Chen could still clearly feel the prying in his eyes. However, even if he noticed the prying, Jiang Chen still did not react and responded to the obvious temptation with indifference. Uncle Liu, did you invite me here just to treat me to tea? Jiang Chen smiled. Not being able to tell the depth of him, Prime Minister Liu withdrew his probing gaze calmly. I don't have any special purpose. I just often see you in the news. It's a rare opportunity, so I want to see you. Oh. Then can I have the honor to know what Uncle Liu thinks of me? I'm a good-looking man. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled modestly. You've said it before. In response to Jiang Chen's modesty, Prime Minister Liu just smiled, picked up the teacup, and took a sip, without making any comments. Just when Jiang Chen helplessly thought that this old man would play dumb with him for half a day like the people from the Ministry of Commerce in the afternoon, Prime Minister Liu put down the teacup and suddenly spoke. From your face, Mr. Jiang should be the kind of person who likes to get straight to the point, so I won't play dumb here. After a pause, he continued, how sincere are you about the economic and trade cooperation between the two countries, or the cooperation between Future Group and China? When Jiang Chen heard this, the lack of interest on his face was immediately swept away, and the corners of his mouth finally curled up into a smile. It's finally here. He has been waiting for this sentence for a long time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553 Allies. How much sincerity you have, I can show as much sincerity as you have. Jiang Chen looked directly into Liu Xiangguo's eyes, neither humble nor arrogant, and before that, I need to know what you want. Virtual reality technology. Hearing this, Jiang Chen sighed and put his hands on the armrests of the chair. If this is your sincerity, then our conversation can end. After saying this, Jiang Chen made a move to get up. Liu Haoshan, who was standing at the door, looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He never thought that the conversation would develop in this direction. The atmosphere in the tea room suddenly became tense. Wait a minute. As Jiang Chen expected, Liu Xiangguo stopped him. The old man's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and his eagle-like eyes were locked on his face without any concealment. You are the first and youngest one who dares to talk to me like this. Liu Xiangguo said lightly, picking up the teacup and taking a sip. It's here. Jiang Chen added. Ha 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 ha. That's right, you are right, it's here. As if he heard something funny, the old man laughed and slowly placed the teacup on the table. The air in the room suddenly relaxed, and the atmosphere eased. Sincerity? You won't make concessions on virtual reality technology no matter what? As if changing his face, Liu Xiangguo regained his kind expression on his face, and asked with a smile. That's right. What if I make it impossible for you to do business here? Although the words were said casually, Liu Xiangguo emphasized the three words in the middle. Then we will withdraw completely. Withdraw completely? Liu Xiangguo was stunned and looked at Jiang Chen with some curiosity. Don't you feel sorry for this 1.4 billion market? Don't you feel sorry for losing a technology that is at least 20 years ahead of the times? Jiang Chen smiled and returned the question. There is never a shortage of talented people here. If there are talented people who can develop immersive virtual reality technology, it's better not to have virtual things. I didn't force it on you. Including now and in the future, all the new things that future people's technology has come up with. Jiang Chen's words made Liu Xiang go full silent. Before this conversation, or when the Phantom Helmet was announced as an immersive virtual reality technology, the senior executives were discussing the issue of the future group. The people from the Academy of Sciences gave him a very pessimistic answer. At least within 30 years, they would not be able to achieve the level of virtual reality technology as the Phantom Helmet, unless there are major technological breakthroughs in the two fields of medicine and electronics at the same time. If the Phantom Helmet is shut out and other countries accept the Phantom Helmet, what does this mean? Liu Xiang will know. If you shut out new technologies, you will only be left behind by this world. But then Liu Xiang sneered at his own idea. Just relying on a mere company? Dare to claim that his new technology will lead the next era. But is it really impossible? Looking at Jiang Chen with a smile on his face, Liu Xiang doubted his own ideas for a while. What an interesting opponent. Originally, I thought I had too many options for this move, but now it seems that's not the case. Haha, I don't deserve it. I'm not here to play chess with you, but to find an ally worth cooperating with. Ally? You're quite arrogant. Prime Minister Liu glanced at Jiang Chen. Please don't underestimate the technical strength of future group. Jiang Chen shook his index finger and said with a smile, there is only technology you can't think of, there is nothing we can't do. After a pause, Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously and continued. What's more, you can't guess who the real ruler of the new country is, right? As if to confirm Jiang Chen's guess, Prime Minister Liu snorted. Boy, you're quite cunning. You've said it before. Although it was a humble word, Jiang Chen's face was no longer humble at this moment. When Jiang Chen left the yard, it was already late at night. The two sides talked about the specific content of the cooperation for a long time, and finally reached an agreement that satisfied both parties. Although it was only a verbal agreement. Liu Haoshan opened the car door for Jiang Chen, and then got in the car himself. Are you satisfied with what you've gained today? Very satisfied. I can even say that it has completely exceeded my expectations. Liu Haoshan glanced at Jiang Chen through the rearview mirror, but with just this quick glance, he couldn't tell whether Jiang Chen's words were sincere. Halfway through the conversation, his father used his eyes to signal him to avoid it. Although he was somewhat concerned about what kind of agreement the Liu family or China would reach with the future group, the old man obviously didn't mean to let him know. That Uncle Liu, is he your father? Yes, how did you tell? Liu Haoshan asked in confusion at Jiang Chen's sudden conversation with him. Do I need to see? Isn't your last name Liu? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and returned to this idiotic question. That's true. Liu Haoshan said in his heart with shame. Speaking of which, what is the status of your Liu family in China? Jiang Chen asked casually. Hearing Jiang Chen ask this question, Liu Haoshan's mouth curled up with a proud arc. Head of the family. When Jiang Chen returned to the hotel, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. After parking the Hanki L9 in the garage, Liu Haoshan did not stay here for long. He just told Jiang Chen that he would arrive at the hotel and trance at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then drove his car to say goodbye. Perhaps worried that Jiang Chen had not returned so late, Sun Jiao stood at the door of the hotel, constantly looking at the watch to confirm the time. Seeing Jiang Chen getting out of the car, she immediately came up to him and looked at him and complained. Where have you been? Why are you back so late? Although her tone was still so unkind, the concern on her face warmed Jiang Chen's heart, and he couldn't help but say leniently, don't worry, I was just delayed for a while by talking business with a big shot. I'll tell you the details later when I get back to the room. Who is worried about you? Sun Jiao blushed and looked away in a frank manner. Anyway, it's getting late. Go back quickly. It's really a textbook son dear. Jiang Chen couldn't help thinking as he watched Sun Jiao leave gracefully. After returning to the guest room, he threw his suit aside and lay down on the bed. Aisha. The air beside him fluctuated slightly, and the petite figure in a suit just appeared out of thin air beside the bed. The suit and trousers are made of special materials. Because she had told Jiang Chen that wearing a black carbon nano combat suit was too conspicuous, shelter number 27 came up with a corresponding plan. That is, the clothes made of special materials can enter the invisible state at the same time as the optical stealth device, to avoid the problem of the combat suit being too conspicuous. In principle, the buttstock and tactical vest that match the invisible cloak are the same. The azure eyes looked at Jiang Chen quietly, and the girl waited for the master's instructions. Are there any eyes around? Jiang Chen was naturally referring to the monitor or camera. I've checked it. Aisha shook her head, still as reassuring as ever. Looking at that pretty face, Jiang Chen smiled, and patted the bed on the side. Come, sit next to me. Aisha nodded obediently, and then sat on the edge of the bed. Are you thinking about something? Aisha looked at Jiang Chen in confusion, as if asking, how did you know? It's all written on your face. Sitting up, Jiang Chen said with a smile, and stretched out his hand to rub her hair. Can you tell me if I can help? It's not my business. The girl shook her head, slightly curled her lips in a trance, shook her legs on the edge of the bed, and whispered softly, Jiang Chen, what do you think of Sister Xiaoyu? Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't answer for a long time, Aisha couldn't help but turn her head and looked at Jiang Chen a little embarrassed. My question is really strange, isn't it? No, it's not strange. Jiang Chen came back to his senses and smiled, gently squeezing her hand. It's just that I think it would be too selfish to say what's in my heart. Aisha shook her head vigorously, looked into his eyes and said seriously, no. Because it's Aisha, I don't think so, but others may not be. Master, are you upset? Why did this title come up again? Forget it. Rather than being upset, it's better to say that I'm a little overwhelmed. Although I can amend the laws of the new country to make polygamy legal, traditional concepts will not change. It is for this reason that he has been carefully maintaining his interpersonal relationships in the world. He is not sure whether the relationship between him and Xia Xiao can remain the same after breaking that layer of window paper. It is also because of this that he almost reached that step several times, but was stopped by his emergency brake. After all, this is a world. Looking at Jiang Chen's profile, Aisha confirmed her guess in her heart, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. As expected, I have to help him. Please allow your most loyal maid to be a little willful. At this moment, there was a hesitant knock on the door. As soon as the knock sounded, Jiang Chen had no time to react, and Aisha disappeared in a flash. Are you asleep already? Xia Xiaoyu muttered quietly outside the door. She was hesitating whether to leave. Looking helplessly at the direction where Aisha disappeared, Jiang Chen stood up and walked towards the door. Wait a minute, I'll open the door. After opening the door, a wisp of shampoo fragrance drifted across Jiang Chen's forehead and nose. Judging from the water droplets on her white neck, she should have just taken a shower. Xia Xiaoyu looked behind Jiang Chen and asked calmly, where is Aisha? Why do you think Aisha is in my room? Jiang Chen touched his nose. Although he did not lie, he used a statement that could easily be misunderstood as an answer. He did not know why he did so, and subconsciously concealed the information that Aisha had been here. Maybe it was Jiang Chen's illusion, but after hearing these words, Xia Xiaoyu's mood obviously improved. It's so late, what's the matter? Jiang Chen asked. Just now, didn't you have something to say to me? Did you? Jiang Chen recalled carefully, and a look of realization appeared on his face. It seemed that he really did. When he just came back, he said let's talk in the room. Chapter 554 I do. You didn't forget, did you? Xia Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. How is that possible? Jiang Chen scratched the back of his head and laughed, making way for the door. Come in first and talk. He walked to the cupboard and poured 2 glasses of water. When he returned to the main room, Jiang Chen found that Xia Xiaoyu had already sat in the seat where Aisha had sat before. Drink some water first. Yes, thank you. Xia Xiaoyu took the cup from Jiang Chen and held it in her hand. It was the deep winter in Beijing in December. Although the room was heated, she was still a little cold after coming in from outside. Jiang Chen looked around and saw that there was no place to sit, so he sat next to her. However, as soon as he sat down, the unnatural feeling crept into his heart. because they were too close. He could even feel the throbbing heartbeat. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm his restless heartbeat with deep breathing. However, the situation seemed to be developing in the opposite direction. The faint body fragrance slowly entered his nose with the breeze, and his already restless heartbeat became even more restless. Sun Jiao, who was also embarrassed, held the water cup with her 10 fingers, staring at the pattern on the stall without saying a word, hiding the uneasiness on her face with the white mist lingering above the water cup. The atmosphere in the room seemed to have come to a standstill. Realizing this, Jiang Chen scratched his cheek, and in order to break the awkward situation, he coughed lightly and spoke. Speaking of which, do you want to listen to what happened just now? Ah, yes, that's true. Sun Jiao's cheeks turned red, and she also clenched her fist and coughed lightly, pretending to be calm, and answering in a cold tone. It would be more perfect if you didn't bite your tongue when you speak. Wait, why am I so nervous? After suddenly realizing that his behavior was really unlike himself, Jiang Chen complained about himself in his heart, and then forcibly dispelled the inexplicable throbbing in his heart, and told Sun Jiao about the conversation with Liu Xiangguo at the Liu family just now. In other words, for our business in China, they are willing to provide policy protection. Talking about business, Sun Jiao put the water cup on the bedside table, swept away the previous restraint, and her eyes flashed with a sharp light. People often say that serious men are more attractive, but at this moment Jiang Chen unexpectedly discovered that Sun Jiao also exudes a different kind of charm when he is serious. However, appreciation also depends on the occasion. Jiang Chen did not interrupt and nodded. That's right. What is the price they offer? 10% of the profits of Future Group in China. It's really a lion's mouth. 10% of the profit must be at least more than $1 billion a year. To dare to ask for bribes so blatantly, Prime Minister Liu is really bold. Sun Jiao casually crossed her legs and held her chin, thinking. Doing business anywhere is inevitable in this regard, whether it is domestic or foreign. To put it bluntly, it is called interest transfer, and to put it nicely, it is called public relations expenses. Although Future Group's main business in China is in the internet field, and its investment in this area is less than that of traditional industries, it is absolutely impossible to say that there is no investment at all. The appetite of the head of the family is so big after all. Jiang Chen smiled. If they can really provide enough protection for our industry, this 10% profit should not be too expensive. At first, he was going to ask for 10% of the global profit, but I refused. If it were before, even if Jiang Chen had the courage, he would definitely not have the confidence to say no. But now it is different. Future International has already established a firm foothold overseas. Although the Liu family is powerful, both parties are on an equal footing. Whether it is for the country or for individuals, cooperating with Future Group is definitely beneficial and harmless. Then, how to transfer the benefits? Sun Jiao asked. Charity. Jiang Chen said softly, I will set up a charity fund in my personal name and invest 10% of the Future Group's revenue in China into the fund every year. I will hire designated enterprises and invest in specific areas to build schools and hospitals, etc. It's really an efficient way to take clean money in one hand and political achievements in the other. Sun Jiao quickly understood the trick. That's right. Jiang Chen snapped his fingers and smiled. It seems that you have mastered the trick. Sun Jiao raised her lips slightly. You underestimate me too much. After all, I'm the CEO of Future Technology. This method of transferring benefits is not uncommon. Although bribery is not done by her as a CEO, she will review every financial expenditure. Future Technology's grey expenditure in the world has always been maintained at a relatively benign 5%. Although this is not something to brag about, it's the CEO of Future Group. Jiang Chen corrected with a smile. Sun Jiao was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Yes. Come to think of it, it seems that we have agreed before. Jiang Chen had invited Sun Jiao to be the CEO of Future Group when she went to the Panu Islands last time. However, Sun Jiao did not agree immediately at that time, but agreed with Jiang Chen to wait until the phantom helmet was put on the shelves before agreeing to the promotion. Don't you want to be promoted? No, Sun Jiao shook her head. her eyes resting on her intertwined fingers. It's just, I'm not sure if I can handle this challenge. Is it really okay to say this to the boss? Jiang Chen smiled and said, showing a lack of confidence in front of the boss is a taboo for employees who are about to be promoted. However, what made Sun Jiao herself feel strange was that she actually exposed her weak side so easily. Perhaps it was because he never gave her the feeling of a boss, but a friend. Sun Jiao comforted herself in her heart. I believe you. Jiang Chen spoke abruptly. Sun Jiao looked at him in confusion. Whether it's your ability or your loyalty. Jiang Chen smiled. What a weird way of saying it. Is this what a boss should say to his employees? Sun Jiao looked away. Although her tone was as steady as ever, Jiang Chen could still hear the awkwardness in it. Of course not. Jiang Chen shook his head. If it was an ordinary employee, he would definitely not be qualified for this position, and I would not say that to him. If it was an ordinary employee, he would definitely not understand his expansion ideas, and he would not trust the operation of the group to someone of unknown origin. But if it was Sun Jiao, the situation would be different. Apart from anything else, at least she would definitely not betray him. This was not based on unreasonable and unconditional trust, but a conclusion, based on her personality and the bond between the two of them. However, when Sun Jiao heard this, it was misunderstood as another meaning. Is this saying, am I not ordinary in your heart? Sun Jiao thought with a fluttering heart. She originally thought that the so-called girlish feelings were not hers, but the uneasiness she felt at this moment completely negated her views. Indeed, being able to misinterpret trust into a higher level of meaning, this kind of imagination itself is a kind of girlish feelings. Then Sun Jiao, I'll ask you again, are you willing to take on this position that only you can do and realize my dream? Jiang Chen asked again seriously, looking at the dark pupils. Your dream, can you tell me what it is? If you want to. I do. Only the last 3 words were no longer hesitant. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, but in the end, he lowered his eyes slightly. Well, thank you. Just now, for a moment, he almost told her his secret. Sure enough, he still couldn't trust the people in this world. But why did he tell Aisha? He was confused about this for a long time and couldn't come up with an answer. Maybe it was because he believed that she would never betray him, or maybe it was because of something else. The hesitation on Jiang Chen's face did not escape Sun Jiao's eyes. Although she felt a little annoyed that she didn't get his trust in the end, when she saw his hesitation, she felt relieved and relieved. At least for a moment, he felt guilty for this unequal trust. Then, I'll go back first. Without forcing him to tell her, Sun Jiao stood up. Well, that's about all I have to say tonight. Go to bed early. You too. Sun Jiao turned around and walked to the door. But just as she put her hand on the door knob, there was a light knock on the door. Is it Aisha? Seeing that the two had such a good relationship, she felt a little jealous for no reason. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the door, and a long-lost chill suddenly climbed into his heart. Don't open it. Click. Chapter 555. Package bomb. I say, how did that guy get into our group? Who knows? I heard that he was promoted by the old leader himself. TSK. Is he related? What do you think? His resume is blank. I heard that he went to the border for training and did a Class B mission, but I think he just went there to get experience. Look at his arrogance. How can he be promoted like this? If his background is not strong enough, he won't even pass the first round. The man lowered his voice and whispered to his companion. With his back against the concrete pillar, Mao-jun, wearing a grey coat, ignored the conversation directed at him. There were only a few sparks left on the cigarette, but in his mouth, and his half-closed eyes seemed to be dozing. Suddenly, the spark of the cigarette, but seemed to be alive and lit up. The half-closed eyes opened, and grey haze-colored smoke spewed out of his nasal cavity. There was a smell of blood. Suddenly, a deafening explosion came from above the hotel. Gravel and wood chips flew, and flames and thick smoke rushed out of the window. The explosion that happened in an instant stunned everyone. No one thought that someone would be so bold as to commit a crime under the feet of the emperor! Exclamation mark. However, it was only a short moment of daze, and the agents and guards on the scene immediately moved. This is Group 4 of the 2nd Department of the General Staff. There was an attack at the Shangjing Hotel. Request for support. The news has been confirmed. Company C has blocked the target area. Zizzy, the eardrums were about to burst due to the piercing buzzing. The team leader in a suit covered his ears in pain and quickly turned off the Bluetooth headset. Communications blocked. Damn, why are you standing there like an idiot? Go and confirm the safety of the foreign guests. Yes, yes. Group 4 is a newly formed action team. Some of the people in the team are investigators from the army, and some are criminal investigation experts transferred from the public security system. There are many masters among them, but as elites, they have a fatal flaw compared to other long-established groups, that is, crisis response capabilities. The team leader gritted his teeth and stood up straight. Someone just forcibly connected to his Bluetooth headset. This is no longer a simple communication blocking, but a more technical communication hijacking. Just as all the bodyguards were running upstairs, he suddenly noticed that the unsociable team member had disappeared without a trace. How long had it been since I felt this way? The omen of the chill of death creeping into my heart, the sense of danger that awakened at the same time as the madness. The strong wind blew away the smoke, and behind the nitrogen shield was a pair of gloomy faces. Jiang Chen glanced around. The entire room had been blown up, and the only thing that was intact was the half of the bed he was sitting on. In the bathroom, the shivering Xia Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes. After confirming that she was still alive, she looked at the person who was holding her in a princess hug in surprise. The person in a dark suit and a pretty face, who had just picked her up and rushed into the bathroom at the corner of the entrance, was her rival in love, Aisha. At this moment, she could no longer think about why Aisha suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's room, and why she rescued her from the center of the explosion. Because what happened in front of her was too shocking, her thinking circuit came to a brief stagnation. However, the unpleasant memory of being kidnapped at home gradually emerged in her mind. She wanted to scream, but her lips opened and closed for a moment, but no sound came out. Just a few seconds ago, when Jiang Chen stopped her, she opened the door, and a man in cleaning clothes appeared behind the door. He held a cardboard box in his hand, and his harmless face made it impossible to associate him with danger, but the enthusiasm in his eyes was chilling. Without giving Xia Xiaoyu time to be alert, he tore open the seal of the cardboard box in his arms. Almost at the same time, Aisha, who found that the situation was not good, immediately terminated the optical invisibility, picked up Xia Xiaoyu by the waist, and rushed into the toilet at the corner of the entrance, avoiding the fire that filled the entire room at that moment. Jiang Chen, who realized that something was wrong, also quickly took out the nitrogen shield from the storage space and blew away the blast. Throwing the nitrogen shield into the storage space, Jiang Chen stood up from the bed that was torn in half and patted the dust off his shoulders. Looking at the entrance, that was in a mess, but without any bloodstains, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Aisha did not leave the room from beginning to end, otherwise Xia Xiaoyu would definitely not have survived the explosion. When Jiang Chen thought that the explosion almost hurt his important people, he was furious. He swore that, no matter who launched the attack, he would make that person pay the price. Aisha. Yes. The other party should not act alone. There should be accomplices nearby. Find him. Jiang Chen didn't believe that one person could sneak into the heavily protected foreign guest reception hotel. Yes. Aisha gently put Xia Xiaoyu on the ground, smiled comfortingly at her who was in a daze, and then turned on the optical invisibility and disappeared in the room. Looking at the incomprehensible scene in front of her, Xia Xiaoyu murmured with a dull look. Disappeared. Disappeared. Jiang Chen walked to Xia Xiaoyu's side and squatted down, looking at her with a little apology. I'm sorry that you encountered such a thing. The other party was obviously coming for me. You also saw that future group has many enemies, and some of them even do not hesitate to use extreme means. If you are scared. Xia Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously after coming to her senses and said stubbornly, do you think I'm a coward? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Don't be stubborn, you are obviously so scared. After saying that, Jiang Chen stretched out his right hand to her trembling. Giving Jiang Chen an angry look, Xia Xiaoyu rudely held his hand and climbed up from the ground clumsily. The alarm outside the window rang loudly, and there were messy footsteps outside the door. Several bodyguards and special police holding pistols broke into the room and happened to run into Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao, who were walking out of the bathroom. After seeing the two, Cheng Hu, the leader of the 4th group of the 2nd department of the general staff, immediately squeezed in front of the two, looked at Jiang Chen anxiously and asked, "Are you alright? As you can see, because I happened to be in the bathroom, I saved my life." Hearing Jiang Chen's narration, Sun Jiao's cold cheeks suddenly flushed. His statement could easily lead to other misunderstandings, such as why the two of them happened to be in the bathroom together, but she was just being suspicious, and the people present didn't think about it at all. A foreign guest suffered a suicide-style terrorist attack. If it were put in the international arena, this would be a huge scandal. At this moment, everyone present was attracted to the attack itself. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Hu bowed his head deeply and said, "I'm sorry to put you in such a dangerous case. We will do everything possible to find out the mastermind behind this attack and give you an explanation. That's the best." Jiang Chen nodded expressionlessly. The hotel manager arranged a new room for Jiang Chen and began to deal with the aftermath. After leaving Jiang Chen's original room, Cheng Hu immediately called all the agents and guards to action, launched a carpet search of the hotel, and interrogated all the hotel staff separately. Just as he vowed to turn the entire hotel upside down, a dark shadow quietly left the hotel. At the same time, two eyes were fixed on him. Chapter 556 Immortality? Alarm bells rang loudly on the streets, and red and blue lights dotted the night sky of the city. In the shadows under the lights, a black shadow was moving quickly, running wildly through the alley as deep as a black hole. Behind this black shadow, the grey coat was blown against the wind, and the agents of the general staff were chasing him closely. Asterisk 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 holding it tightly in his hand, Miao Jun's eyes were fixed on the sound and shadow, and he adjusted his breathing with the rhythm of running. The other party ran very fast, leaving him no time to report his position. But it didn't matter. The mobile phone in his pocket was always turned on. As long as he didn't lose the person, it would be a matter of time for the support of the general staff to catch this person. But this person's foot strength was really strong, and the more he chased Miao Jun, the more frightened he was secretly. His strength was already very good in the general staff, but after chasing for so long, the person running in front did not show any signs of exhaustion, but he was now starting to have some unstable breath. If this continued, he would lose him sooner or later. The situation was urgent, and there was no need to care about any discipline. Thinking of this, Miao Jun gritted his teeth, flicked the safety with his fingers, turned a 90-degree bend in the alley, and immediately raised the muzzle of the gun and pulled the trigger. 3 gunshots echoed in the alley, and he clearly felt that one bullet hit the man's back. Hit by the bullet, the black shadow obviously staggered and then turned into a dead end on the side. Seeing this, Miao Jun immediately chased after him, turned into the dead end, pointed the gun at the injured man, and shouted, "Don't move. You have been arrested." I don't know if he heard Miao Jun's shouting. The man bent his waist and faced Miao Jun without any movement of his body. However, the gloomy laughter from under the black clothes made him who was chasing him shudder. A drop of cold sweat ran across his forehead, and Miao Jun swallowed the instinctive panic of the creature with his spit, and kept the posture of holding the pistol horizontally and approached forward. But when he was only 10 meters away, he stopped. Because by the bright moonlight, he noticed that there was no trace of blood on the man's back. "Oh, Mr. Policeman, why don't you move closer?" The voice was half teasing. Realizing that something was wrong, Miao Jun immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! The fire flickered in the dark alley, and the bullet only scratched the dark afterimage. In an instant, the safe distance of 10 meters was pulled to the limit. The bright white blade under the shadow stabbed Miao Jun fiercely. The crisp sound of iron clashing echoed in the alley, and the collision of the daggers even brought sparks. Restraining the severe pain in the palm of his hand, the more he fought, the more frightened Miao Jun became. The close combat ability of the man in front of him was undoubtedly better than his, and it was obviously not a wrong decision to approach rashly. Seeing that the agent of the general staff gradually couldn't hold on, the corner of the man's mouth opened a grim smile. "Die before dawn." With unclear words, another white blade slashed out from the shadow. The dagger was placed at his side. Mao Jun's pupils shrank as he watched the sharp blade pierce his chest. Bang! Blood splattered. The dagger fell from his hand, and the man stumbled backwards. The dagger that stabbed into his chest only cut Mao Jun's ribs. Although it caused a lot of bleeding, it did not cause him fatal damage. The bullet shot from nowhere saved him. There is no doubt that it was a sniper rifle. Covering his wound and falling beside the trash can in the alley, Mao Jun caught a glimpse of the incredible scene with a trance. The man who was hit by the sniper rifle struggled to get up from the ground, and blood flowed all over the ground from the wound. It was the first time he saw someone who could get up from the ground after being hit by a sniper rifle. On the roof of a building 1,000 meters away, Aisha, who was lying on the ground, locked her eyes on the street through the crashes. Although she could not continue to aim at the man because of the obstruction. But judging from the swaying shadow, the man should not be dead. Hit the target, failed to kill. Being shot in the chest by a ghost sniper rifle and still surviving. Witnessing this unusual scene, she instinctively felt something unusual about that man. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who was sitting in the hotel toilet cubicle, frowned slightly. After the attack, after dealing with the chief guard who asked him questions, he went to the bathroom on the pretext of going to the bathroom. Failed to kill? Exactly. Confirmed that the bullet penetrated the target's body, but the target's vital information did not disappear. The target began to move. Catch him before the people from the general staff catch him. Jiang Chen said softly. Understood. Aisha took a deep breath and climbed up from the ground holding the sniper rifle. Wait, let the ghost agent take action, and you come back. As Jiang Chen's secretary, in various senses, disappearing for too long would easily arouse unnecessary suspicion. When the attack occurred, Jiang Chen contacted the ghost agent lurking in Shangjing City. According to the coordinates reported by Aisha, the ghost agent should have arrived at the target area at this moment. With the hummingbird drone tracking, the assassin's accomplice could not escape the ghost agent's eyes. Jiang Chen was always wondering why he could survive being shot through the body. Moreover, he also needed to capture him alive to find out who planned the attack. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen got up from the toilet. He had been in the toilet for some time, and there were still many people and things waiting for him to deal with outside. What happened in the Yingbin hotel had put a question mark on whether the diplomatic visit could continue. The cleaning staff was killed, the security guards at the entrance of the corridor were killed, and the attackers holding bombs knocked on the door of the representative of the New Zealand entrepreneurs. He was not the only one staying here, and other New Zealand businessmen who were accompanying him to China also stayed here. It was not easy to suppress such a big thing. Many people woke up from their sleep and began to ask the hotel security what happened. Zhang Yaping was negotiating with Chinese diplomats, urging the local police to severely punish the murderer if they could be caught. As Jiang Chen expected, as soon as he left the bathroom, several officials who had obviously just gotten up from bed walked up to him. They asked him about the details of the attack and promised him that they would use the city's police force to arrest the murderer and give him an explanation. The next person who found Jiang Chen was Liu Haoshan, who had just left. Although he was just a receptionist in the protocol department, judging from the respect shown by other officials to him, the status of the Liu family in China's political arena was indeed extraordinary. Are you injured? I was lucky. I hid in the toilet when the explosion happened. Without seeing the fear of surviving a disaster on Jiang Chen's face, Liu Haoshan looked him up and down with a strange expression. I'll be relieved if I confirm that you are okay. If you have any requests, call me. I don't have any requests. I just hope you can give me an explanation. Jiang Chen looked directly into Liu Haoshan's eyes and said bluntly, the attack may have been planned by foreign forces with the intention of destroying the two countries. I don't want to hear these polite words. You can put these words on the news broadcast. What is your suggestion? Liu Haoshan frowned at Jiang Chen's relentless pressure and asked in a deep voice. With a slight smile, Jiang Chen lowered his voice. Regarding this incident, the new country can keep it confidential. Liu Haoshan was stunned and looked at Jiang Chen vigilantly. What are your conditions? No conditions. Jiang Chen smiled and spread his hands. We all hope that this visit can go perfectly to the end, don't we? Brothers, please vote if you have a ticket. Please, this month's monthly ticket ranking is really important. Chengxing is very grateful. Chapter 557 A Powerful Business Meeting. Although Jiang Chen did not put forward any conditions, Liu Haoshan still said that the Liu family owed him a favor this time, and said that he would definitely repay this favor. However, Jiang Chen did not take Liu Haoshan's promise to heart at all. The so-called most ruthless imperial family, dealing with these big families, favors are just a joke. Regarding this point, he had seen through it when he was in Wanghei City. What other favors can surpass the grace of saving a life? If even the grace of saving a life is not enough to exchange for asylum, let alone this favor. The cooperation with the Liu family is tied together by interests, and there is no need for any favors to maintain it. After Liu Haoshan left, Jiang Chen found Zhang Yaping, who had just finished negotiating with Chinese diplomats, and asked him to cooperate with the Chinese side to suppress the attack and appease the emotions of those investors. The flames of the explosion could not be covered up, and many people nearby took pictures of the thick smoke coming out of the hotel room. However, the characterization of the incident was changed from the original attack to a natural gas pipeline failure, and the temporary worker in charge of maintenance had been dismissed. The explosion occurred in an unoccupied room. Although the foreign guests were frightened, they were not injured. For the sake of friendship between the two countries, Singaporean President Zhang Yaping accepted the apology from the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the hotel, which put an end to this accident. When reporters were allowed to enter the scene, Jiang Chen's room number had been changed to another room. People who knew the inside story were also silenced, and the truth of this incident sank to the bottom of the sea. However, despite this, neither the ghost agent nor the general staff gave up the search for the attacker's accomplice. It has to be said that the man was very good at escaping. He managed to evade the agents of the general staff several times and escaped from the layers of encirclement. It can be seen that, before carrying out this assassination mission, they had obviously made careful plans. Not only did they know the urban terrain of Shangjing City very well, but they also prepared transportation and camouflage clothing for escape along the way. Sitting in a second-hand Dongfeng pickup truck, he made up to look like a bald middle-aged man, put on a washed-out shirt and jeans, and the burly killer transformed himself and completely integrated into the new role of a long-distance driver. As for why Jiang Chen knew everything, it was because he had not been able to escape the lock of the Sky IX-1 satellite from beginning to end. Just when he left Shangjing City and arrived in the suburbs of Jinmen, the ghost agent who had been following him from a distance began to close the net, intercepted him near a gas station, and then covered him with optical invisible clothes and tied him on a ship bound for Xingguo. By noon the next day, the agents of the general staff were still struggling to find the accomplice, but Jiang Chen had already received information that he was imprisoned on Xinai Island. We found something very strange about him. At this moment, in the restaurant of the Yingbin Hotel, Jiang Chen was sitting with Aisha, enjoying lunch while exchanging information from the ghost agent. Strange? Jiang Chen stopped eating and cast an inquiring look at Aisha. Yes, his recovery ability is extremely strong, so strong that it is incredible. Any non-fatal injuries on his body can be healed in a very short time. When ZHUU caught him, he thought he had recognized the wrong person, because there was no trace of gunshot wound on his chest. But during the interrogation on Crescent Island, we discovered his incredible healing ability. Aisha whispered in a voice that only Jiang Chen could hear. Accelerated healing. Wait, interrogation? Jiang Chen looked at Aisha in surprise. Aisha nodded solemnly. Yes, truth serum is ineffective on him. The chopsticks holding the quay leg stopped in midair, and Jiang Chen's pupils shrank slightly. Truth serum is ineffective? Impossible. According to Sun Jiao, only those who have been injected with genetic drugs, immunity-enhancing drugs or no blood can resist this kind of illusory poison. There is no doubt that these things absolutely cannot exist in the world. Could it be a time traveler like me? Exclamation mark. This thought suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind, but he quickly denied it. Because if he is really a time traveler, the weapon he uses will not be such a low-class bomb. At least he will have to use a nuclear grenade or something like that. Increase the dosage of truth serum. If he is really completely immune to this thing, then use physical means to interrogate him and pry the information out of his mouth no matter what. But don't kill him. I still have a use for him. Jiang Chen stuffed the quail egg into his mouth, chewed it, and closed his eyes and said. Aisha nodded and kept his instructions in mind. According to the itinerary, in the afternoon, one of the main purposes of Jiang Chen's trip was the China New Economic and Trade Cooperation Business Forum. At that time, the internet giants of China will gather here, and the bad big three will also be present. The cooperation between the internet and VR industries will be the highlight of this business meeting, and the companies of the two countries will have in-depth exchanges. However, although it is an exchange between the companies of the two countries, everyone knows that it is actually an exchange between Futureman Technology and the bad big three. There is only one relatively large internet company in Singapore, Futureman Technology, and there are only 3 powerful internet companies in China that are capable of taking the lead in the VR field. Although there are many internet companies with good strength such as Salmeo and 361, there is still a big gap between them and the 3 giants that dominate the market. The business meeting was held at the Shangjing Hotel. When Jiang Chen arrived at the scene in Liu Haotian's Hanki L9, it was exactly 2:30, and there were still 10 minutes before the meeting started. However, judging from the almost full garage, the representatives participating in the meeting had basically entered the venue in advance. Sure enough, when Jiang Chen just stepped into the meeting room at the end of the corridor, a series of eyes fell on him. In addition to the chairman of the Bad Three Giants, the people sitting there were also bigwigs in the internet industry, and the well-known journalists standing against the wall. But even so, he only recognized the faces of 2 people. And to be honest, we got to know each other through emoticons. Jiang Chen walked silently to the only remaining empty seat and sat down. He couldn't look directly at the 2 Mr. Ma who were smiling at him in a friendly manner. Ahem. Seeing that everyone was already present, the man sitting at the head of the long round table stood up and looked around the room with a gentle yet dignified gaze. Although there are still 10 minutes before the meeting begins, everyone present is very enthusiastic about the economic and trade cooperation between the two countries. So since everyone is here, let's get started early. Applause broke out in the meeting room. Jiang Chen followed the crowd and clapped his hands as his eyes fell on the man standing there. From his first intuition, the person who took the lead in speaking should be someone like the Minister of Commerce. Confirming Jiang Chen's guess, the man smiled and raised his hand, then spoke. Let me introduce myself. I'm Pan Feng, the Minister of Commerce. The internet industry is a new industry, and our country attaches great importance to it. You are all leaders in the internet field, and I, a rough old man who used to run a steel plant, can't interrupt. So the time is still up to you. You can communicate more. If you can reach a consensus, it will be of great benefit to the well-being of the people of both countries. Then, please invite Comrade Li Yanhong, the chairman of Beidou Company, to give a speech. Amid applause, the man with his hair combed in a standard 3:7 split stood up with a smile. Thanks to Minister Pan for the honor. Then I will just say a few words. Li Yanhong is worthy of being the CEO of Beidou Company. He has a deep understanding of the prospects and hotspots of the development of the current internet industry. Although he was just talking casually, there were many unique insights in it, and even Jiang Chen, an outsider, could not help but nod secretly. At the same time, Jiang Chen also noticed that many CEOs of internet companies took out small notebooks and took notes seriously. After all, it was the CEO of Beidou Company who was speaking. Beidou is a benchmark in the internet field. If they sneeze, China's internet industry will be shaken. About 10 minutes later, amid applause, Li Yanhong finished his speech and nodded to the applauding crowd. Just when Jiang Chen thought that one of the 2 Mr. Ma would speak next, Li Yanhong looked over at him and continued with a smile. The view on the future of the internet just now is just my personal opinion. In this regard, I believe that Mr. Jiang Chen, the chairman of Future Group, who is highly praised by Wall Street, must have more unique insights. Regarding the future of the internet, please give me some advice, Mr. Jiang Chen. Chapter 558 Who is the monopoly? In the meeting room, dozens of eyes were focused on Jiang Chen again. Noticing the arrogance in Li Yanhong's eyes, Jiang Chen immediately understood his thoughts. There were not only industry insiders and officials drinking tea in the meeting room, but also reporters standing next to him with cameras waiting for him to speak. If he got stage fright at this time, it would undoubtedly make FutureMan Technology fall behind Baidu Company. As the chairman of FutureMan Group, Jiang Chen certainly would not let this happen. Although he did not prepare any manuscripts about the future of the internet, he thought for a moment and stood up with a smile. Because he didn't know what opening remarks to use, Jiang Chen cleared his throat first and organized his words in his mind. Hearing two light coughs, not only those internet company CEOs whose names he couldn't remember, but even the two Ma CEOs took out their notebooks. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think in his heart with shame. Is it that serious? I just coughed twice. Well, since Mr. Lee has invited me, I won't refuse. I will only talk about one thing about the future of the internet. Jiang Chen paused and raised a finger. Innovation. The sound of taking notes made Jiang Chen feel proud and ashamed. What made him proud was that these internet giants who were originally unattainable were now listening to his opinions like a student. What made him ashamed was that the opinions he was going to talk about were just random things he made up on the spot. From P2P to O2O, the penetration of internet technology into our lives has penetrated into all areas. On the surface, this is the evolution of social behavior, but in the final analysis, their birth can only be attributed to innovation. And what is the driving force of innovation? Glancing at the internet giants present, seeing the focused look on their faces, Jiang Chen couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth and raised his second finger. It's technology. The launch of any new technology means the birth of a new market. For example, the technology of FutureMan 1.0 that improves the efficiency of hardware operation has spawned a large number of apps and mobile games with high configuration requirements. For example, virtual reality technology is about to open the door to the virtual world. Here, I'm not showing off the technology of FutureMan technology, but explaining such a fact. It is undeniable that other factors are important to a company. But what I want to say is that what determines the current market position of FutureMan technology and even the entire FutureMan group is neither marketing methods nor business relationships, but technology. Jiang Chen originally planned to say a few words casually, but once he opened the box of words, more than 10 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. He did not talk about any difficult truths, but just talked about why FutureMan technology could develop from a small company with an initial capital of only $500,000 to a money printing machine that was wildly valued at hundreds of billions of dollars by Wall Street in a year and a half. Perhaps it was because Jiang Chen's words really gave the audience some inspiration in some aspects, or perhaps it was because humans are naturally not immune to success studies. In short, the audience was fascinated by what he heard. When his speech was over, warm applause broke out in the conference room. Jiang Chen sat down and smiled at Li Yanhang. However, to Jiang Chen's surprise, he did not see any disappointment on the face of the Baidu CEO, but instead saw a hint of success. The applause gradually stopped, and Li Yanhang stood up again and smiled at Jiang Chen. It was a very good speech. I personally agree with your point of view. After a pause, Mr. Lee looked at the media outside the conference room and continued to perform that facial smile, saying, "Technology is the stepping stone of human progress. Because of technology, our tomorrow will be better." As the chairman of an internet company, I believe that the spirit of the internet is sharing. So Mr. Jiang Chen, are you willing to open your company's virtual reality technology to Chinese companies in order to make your country a major internet power, uphold the selflessness of sharing and common progress? The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became subtle. Minister of Commerce Pan Feng looked at Li Yanhang in surprise, while the internet company representatives and reporters present looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Ma Huateng glanced at Jiang Chen and Li Yanhang nonchalantly and said nothing. He didn't understand what Baidu meant by playing this trick. Under the gaze of countless people, Jiang Chen slowly spoke. "Excuse me, Mr. Li, do you call the act of being generous to others sharing?" Li Yanhang was obviously stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to say this suddenly, but he quickly reacted and responded with a smile. "Of course not, you misunderstood what I meant. What I meant is that you can register a patent to exchange technology protection for publicity and charge patent fees to companies using the technology. In this way, you can guarantee the interests of your company and facilitate Chinese internet companies to enter the virtual reality market fairly. Why not do it? As soon as these two words were said, two hats were put on Jiang Chen's head. One is generosity, and the other is patriotism. If he refused, it would be like knocking over these two hats. Obviously, the two are unrelated, but they are forcibly connected together by non-existent logic. This is similar to the popular sayings on the internet. You are so rich, why don't you donate? And XXXX. If you don't forward it, you are not a Chinese. You have world-leading technology, why don't you share it with us? I refuse. Li Yanhang was stunned, and so were the internet entrepreneurs and reporters sitting there. Although they themselves did not believe that Jiang Chen would hand over the technology for just a few words, they did not expect that Jiang Chen would refuse so straightforwardly, without any euphemisms to whitewash it. You are monopolizing and abusing your market dominance to hinder technological progress. Are you sure you want to do this? Li Yanhang said. Hearing his words, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. Monopoly? Abuse of market dominance? Is it really okay for you to say this, Mr. Li? Why can't I say it? Li Yanhang's eyes flashed with anger, but his face remained calm. Don't you want to let people do the wrong thing, buying and selling posts, selling search rankings, false medical advertisements, wanton infringement of copyrights, blocking other people's websites directly in search items because of a webmaster's one or two accusations on Weibo? Are you doing all this to maintain market order? Haha, let's not talk about anything else. Please tell me, Mr. Li, would you dare to do the same thing in your own country? Mr. Li, who holds a green card, do you dare to answer my question? Jiang Chen looked directly into Li Yanhang's eyes and spoke word by word. The scandal was suddenly exposed, and Li Yanhang, who was originally at ease, suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. This is defamation. Please be careful about your words in public. If there is any mistake in the report, you will be held responsible. Then please refute the facts I have presented one by one. Jiang Chen smiled. No need to refute at all. All our company's actions are legitimate and legal. We have not been involved in a big lawsuit so far, which has proved this point. Li Yanhang mentioned the green card issue in passing. He has been very careful to hide this matter. Although it is not a secret in the industry, it will have a bad impact if it is exposed. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed again, and this time his laugh was much more cheerful than the last time. What are you laughing at? Li Yanhang blushed and said in embarrassment. This involves another joke, but it's not convenient to tell, so I won't say much. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded at Pan Feng. The latter looked away, and the former turned his gaze back to Li Yanhang. Futureman Technologies are all independently developed by the company, and its technologies are legal and reasonable as corporate secrets. As for the monopoly you mentioned, I would like to ask, what is the definition of monopoly? Is your Beidou a monopoly? The definition of monopoly? Haha, Mr. Jiang's company is so big, you have to learn more about law. The definition of monopoly naturally depends on market share. As for us, of course we are not a monopoly, and I'm not the only search engine. I'm doing it, and of course you can do it too. I have not used my market position to prohibit anyone from doing it. We have only achieved our current market position by relying on strong user stickiness and the trust of our users in us. Li argued. Have I used Future Technologies' market position to prohibit you from designing, researching, and selling your own virtual reality products? Jiang Chen asked with interest, crossing his fingers on his knees. I know that you have begun to hold controlling stakes in domestic VR companies and are preparing to cross borders to do both hardware and content, and then launch your own VR products while implementing a pan-entertainment strategy. I know all this, but you can't unilaterally accuse us of constituting a monopoly and interfering with the market just because you are not as skilled as others, right? You rely on sticky viscosity, and we rely on technology and user experience. Can you assert that you are more noble? Li Yanhang blushed and was speechless for a moment, unable to refute. Monopoly. All the multinational companies in the world are more or less related to monopoly. Some have formed monopoly through advanced technology, some through the business philosophy of customer is God, and some through their own irreplaceable characteristics. But no matter what, they are all monopolies formed under market competition. Let's not talk about me here, let's talk about you. Mr. Lee, check your conscience. Do you dare to say that you are a monopoly formed under market competition? Is the monopoly of Beidou Company benign to this market? Li Yanhang's face turned red, and Jiang Chen's words left him speechless. Just now, Mr. Ma was about to help, but he glanced at the media next to him, and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Pan Feng, who was sitting at the chief, couldn't stand it anymore and coughed awkwardly. Please sit down, both of you. We are here to seek cooperation, not to find differences. Beidou hopes that Futureman technology will provide virtual reality technology, which is understandable from his point of view. Futureman technology rejected Beidou's proposal, which is also understandable. I hope that the following conversation can be conducted in a friendly atmosphere, and the media should not make derivative reports on this. Pan Feng looked at the media reporters present meaningfully, and did not say much, and retracted his gaze. The originally lively atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward after the tit-for-tat between the two. Ma Huateng stood up, coughed, and prepared to play the role of peacemaker. Then, the meeting will continue regarding the cooperation on the virtual reality project. I will only say one thing. Jiang Chen stood up, and interrupted Ma's words, facing Li Yanhang with a sullen face. Cooperators are welcome, and those who make trouble for no reason should take care of themselves. After that, Jiang Chen left without caring about the stunned CEOs of the three giants and the media reporters present. Chapter 559. Strong statement. Leaving early, everyone present was stunned. They had not yet recovered from Jiang Chen's words and his domineering departure. This was not an internal company meeting. This was a business forum related to economic and trade cooperation between the two countries. Although Huaxin's cooperation and exchange areas were not limited to the internet, everyone knew that the internet was the first and most important event in this business forum. Although Li Yanhang's offensive remarks were wrong, Jiang Chen's reaction was too excited, wasn't it? Such an immature behavior, appearing in such an occasion, was really not in line with his identity as the chairman of a multinational group. The blood and temper were those of a reckless man, not a businessman seeking cooperation. But was this really Jiang Chen's immaturity? In fact, as early as yesterday, he had mentioned this issue in his conversation with Liu Xiangguo. During tomorrow's business meeting, please pay attention to Li Yanhang. Li Yanhang? If I remember correctly, he should be the CEO of Beidou Company. What's wrong with him? No problem. Beidou Company has always been politically correct, and has a solid background. Liu Xiangguo took a sip from the teacup, and squinted his eyes leisurely, but it is precisely because of this that he may not be friendly to you. Can you tell me in detail? How can you not guess it with your cunning? Liu Xiangguo put down the teacup with a smile. Cunning? If possible, I really hope you can change your name. Jiang Chen said helplessly. Okay, kid, there are not many people I can call cunning. After a pause, the old man slightly closed his dry eyelids and slowly said, simply put, the people above have some different opinions on you. I would like to hear the details. Jiang Chen asked modestly. Perhaps because the two sides have already formed an alliance, Liu Xiangguo did not hide anything and said directly, some people think that the technology of Future Group should be nationalized. After all, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and that nutritional mixture and seabed mining are all good things that benefit the country and the people. Jiang Chen was not too surprised to hear Liu Xiangguo's words. Although the Chinese side has not made any statement so far, he does not think that they are ignorant of the Future Group. As for the nutritional mixture, if you are interested, we can cooperate. But seabed mining, this may be a bit difficult. After all, we have an agreement with BHP Group not to spread the technology. It is still a bit risky for us to confront the international mining giant head-on. Seabed mining technology should be the most attractive to China, and its appeal may even surpass virtual reality technology. After all, this thing also has the strategic significance of strengthening maritime power, and the military value of virtual reality is far less than that of the civilian field. However, Liu Xiangguo did not seem to be entangled with this point. He just glanced at Jiang Chen and continued to speak. Another group of people think that this is killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It is a traitor. to have everything in your hands. If Linhua Group had not used improper means to cut the flesh of future technology with the knife of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, perhaps you would not have been forced to leave. I don't deny this. Jiang Chen nodded. As he said, if it weren't for the Wang family's coveting, he would not have left at all. But then again, it was after Future Group went out that it began to expand. It was precisely because it was free from the constraints of those rules and regulations that it was able to grow into the towering tree it is today. The Wang family of Wang He that you know belongs to the first part, and the supporters behind Li Yanhang also happen to belong to that group. In the business talks, he will probably make trouble. What can he do to make trouble? Jiang Chen asked. He won't do anything out of the ordinary. At most, he will ask you some embarrassing questions at the meeting to test your bottom line. At this time, you need to be tough enough. Liu Xiangguo said lightly. Tough. I understand. Jiang Chen said clearly. Although the Liu family is the head of the aristocratic family, the political arena of this republic is not entirely dominated by these red nobles. Although the Liu family is willing to act as a protective umbrella for the Future Group, Prime Minister Liu cannot ignore the opinions of his colleagues who are not inferior to him in status. He needs an opportunity, and this opportunity must be provided by Jiang Chen. That is, the tough statement of the Future Group at the Business Cooperation Forum. There is a big premise here that those who reject the outsider Future Group do not reject the technology of future technology. Future technology is different from Google. Baidu has absorbed Google's technology, and breaking up with the disobedient Google has no impact on China. But future technology is different. Its technology is irreplaceable. If they really have to fall out with the Future Group directly, they will not be willing to do so, because it is not in their interests. So Li Yanhang may embarrass Jiang Chen at the meeting out of his own position and the instructions of the people behind him to test his bottom line. But no matter how he tests, he will never really fall out with Jiang Chen. Therefore, as long as it is within a certain limit, the tougher Jiang Chen's reaction is, the easier it will be for the Liu family to negotiate with their colleagues. Even if we don't consider the virtual reality technology, at the moment, when the regional situation is gradually heating up, the Chinese side does not want to push this dictator who deserves cooperation too hard. On this point, the people above have reached a consensus. Seeing Jiang Chen so sensible, Prime Minister Liu nodded approvingly and joked. I'm more and more optimistic about you. How about I introduce my niece to you? Forget it, I can't handle it anymore. Jiang Chen touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Seeing Jiang Chen's refusal, although Prime Minister Liu's face was unhappy, he didn't say much about it, but just said sarcastically with a cold face. Young people should pay more attention to their health. Don't wait until you are old to regret it. In response to the old man's sarcasm, Jiang Chen just shrugged. I will pay attention. As if he had expected Jiang Chen to leave early, when he stepped out of the door, Liu Haoshan was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. It's over so soon. We are not on the same page. Let's go. Before we go back to the hotel, I need you to take me somewhere. After saying this, Jiang Chen walked straight towards the garage. Nightclub? I know a lot of fun places, but it's not dark yet. Is it really okay? Get lost. Jiang Chen laughed and scolded. Jiang Chen didn't expect to reach any specific agreement in the business talks. The signal that should be conveyed has been conveyed, so leaving early doesn't make any difference. The only trouble is that his unrespectful behavior may be criticized. But the reason why he did this can also be attributed to the bad intentions of Baidu Company. What's more, even if it's for the billions of dollars every year, the Liu family will clean up his mess for him, so he doesn't need to worry too much about this. I guess Li Yanhang's expression should be very interesting when you leave. After getting in the car, Liu Haoshan said in a joking tone, while holding the steering wheel. The more exciting thing is Panfeng, but isn't it a bit bad to offend him? It's okay. Although he is at the ministerial level, he has no real power. In terms of his position, he should be a moderate centrist. You might as well worry about Baidu. He might remove you from the homepage of the search engine. Liu Haoshan teased. Unless he is happy to see that all mobile phones with Future Man 1.0 cannot use Baidu search. Leaning on the cushion, Jiang Chen curled his lips without fear. The car had not driven 2 kilometers when Jiang Chen received a call from Alibaba, who expressed the hope to cooperate on the virtual reality online shopping project. As he expected, even if the business meeting ended unpleasantly, the attractiveness of Future Man Technology's own technology would not worry about no one coming to find it. Not only Alibaba, but also Penguin, 361, and Baidu, who was arrogant at the meeting, called for these potential partners or competitors. Jiang Chen did not promise anything immediately, but said that after the new CEO of Future Man Technology took office, he would discuss the cooperation with everyone in detail. Jiang Chen's words startled the representatives of the companies that called. Future Technology is changing its CEO? This is incredible news. Just when everyone was guessing who the next CEO would be, Jiang Chen met the next CEO of Future Technology recommended by Sun Jiao in a coffee shop. In fact, he had met this person several times before. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 516 New CEO. In a low-rise old-style house in the suburbs of Shangjing City, a white man in a grey jacket was sitting by the radiator. He closed his eyes slightly, and the expression on his face was very enjoyable. I like this country. Whether it is the poor or the rich, they can enjoy equal warmth in this cold winter. Giles, do you want to tell me that you have been slacking off just now? The man sitting by the window looked at this side and said gloomily. He smiled slightly at the man called Giles. What else? My dear Ladisif, you should learn to enjoy your life now. Ladisif still had a gloomy face, staring at the smiling Giles for a long time, and then looked away. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door at the entrance. The two looked at each other and exchanged glances. Then Ladisif put his hands on his waist and leaned towards the door. After confirming the visitor through the cat's eye, Ladisif breathed a sigh of relief and opened the security door. As the cold wind flashed into the house, the man in the hat closed the door, shook off the snow on his body at the door, and then walked into the living room in slippers. What's the situation? Radisev asked in a deep voice. The mission failed. The man answered in broken English, took off his down jacket, and threw it on the sofa. That's a pity. Where is our samurai? Giles said softly. Hirata has been captured, and may have been sent abroad by the future group. The professor will not be happy. Radisev's face became more and more gloomy, because this means that his bonus will be gone. Unlike these fanatical alien enthusiasts, he does not care about the open and secret struggles between the company and the Freemasons led by the Rothschild family, nor does he care about the Black Ship and Golden Apple. As a mercenary, he only cares about the commission. Of course the professor will not be happy, not necessarily. Oh. Giles looked at the man unexpectedly. Because I saw something interesting. The man chuckled, took off his hat, and hung it on the rack by the wall. Perhaps our enemies are not just the running dogs of the Freemasons. If Zai was standing here, she would definitely be shocked. Because the face under the hat belonged to the suicide attacker who should have been blown to pieces. He should have been dead. Because of what happened last night, the higher-ups raised Jiang Chen's security level by 2 levels. Although Liu Haoshan was the only driver, Jiang Chen could clearly feel that there were more than one car following his Hanqi L9. The number of police cars on the street increased significantly. The higher-ups were extremely angry about the explosion at the Yingbin Hotel and held numerous relevant persons in charge accountable. In a coffee shop, Jiang Chen met the candidate for the new CEO. Ning Huajian, the former head of the Future Man 1.0 project department, was an old employee who had worked for the company since the establishment of Future Man Technology. Born as a technician, he was rigorous and steady and paid more attention to the instructions given by his superiors than his own ideas. Because he had worked in the company's core project Future Man 1.0 project department, his familiarity with Future Man Technology's business is second only to Zai Xiao. As the new CEO of Future Man Technology, he can take over the company's business in the shortest time and minimize the impact of the CEO change on the company. Jiang Chen saw his luggage at his feet. He thought he had just arrived in Shangjing City and had not even had time to go to the hotel where he was staying. I believe you have read the job transfer email. From now on, you will be the CEO of Future Man Technology and the manager of the Huangsha district, responsible for the operation of Future Man Technology, the most important subsidiary of Future Man Group. This burden is placed on you, and I hope you will not disappoint me. Looking at the dusty Ning Huajian, Jiang Chen said seriously. Please rest assured, Chairman, I will never let you down. Ning Huajian's voice trembled with excitement, with his chest puffed out. He has made great contributions to Future Man Technology, but he never thought that he would be able to take on the position of CEO one day. After all, Mr. Zia's work ability and attitude are impeccable. He is also one of the founders of the company, and he has an unclear relationship with the chairman Jiang Chen. However, now, this sudden transfer order has made all this a reality. Zia Xiaoyu was transferred to the CEO of the group, and the vacant position was taken by the project manager Ning Huajian. Without any hesitation, he received the email in the morning, boarded the plane to Shangjing City at noon, and walked out of the capital airport in the afternoon. Looking at the neat Ning Huajian, Jiang Chen nodded, took out a contract, and placed it in front of him. This is a new work contract. Although it can also be signed by mail, I still hope to hand it to you in person. So, please make this trip. No trouble. This is what I should do, Ning Huajian said with a smile. The specific benefits are written in the contract. You can take a closer look before signing. In addition, 1% of the annual income of Future Technology will be your year-end bonus. Don't you need to take a look before making a decision? Seeing that Ning Huajian had already signed his name on the contract, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask with a smile 1% of the annual income of the entire Future Technology. Judging from Future People's current profitability, this 1% dividend is at least hundreds of millions of dollars. No need. I trust the chairman. Calming down his rapid breathing, Ning Huajian laughed and put the ballpoint pen aside. If he signed a contract with someone else, Ning Huajian would definitely pay attention. But the person who signed the contract with him was Jiang Chen, the richest Chinese person nominated by the Forbes wealth list, the chairman of a company with a market value of hundreds of billions, and his immediate superior. He really couldn't think of any reason why Jiang Chen would set a contract trap to trap him. What's more, Jiang Chen handed such an important position to him, which fully demonstrated his trust in him. And what Ning Huajian did at this moment was just to respond to his trust through practical actions. Jiang Chen laughed and took his own copy of the two contracts. Okay, stop flattering me. From today on, you are the new CEO of Future Man Technology. I won't say much about other things. As the person in charge of the Future Man 1.0 project department, you should quickly arrange a capable person to replace you. This is a key project of Future Man Technology, and it cannot tolerate any carelessness. Don't worry, I will arrange this matter immediately when I get back. Then he gave Ning Huajian a few more instructions on work, patted his shoulder encouragingly, and then said goodbye to him. Outside the cafe, Liu Haoshan glanced at Ning Huajian who passed by him, then took out the car keys and walked towards the Hanqi L9. After a while, Jiang Chen also walked out of the cafe and walked towards him. Is that the new CEO of Future Technology? Yes, he will be responsible for contacting you in the future. Of course, this news has not been made public yet. I hope you can keep it confidential until the end of the visit. Jiang Chen leaned on the co-pilot seat and said, do you trust it? Liu Haoshan started the car and grinned. After all, this involves the great transaction between the Liu family and the Future Group. If it is leaked, although the Liu family can suppress the matter with its strength, it will still be a troublesome scandal. If I don't trust it, will I hand over such a big company to him? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and asked back. It seems that Liu Haoshan accepted Jiang Chen's statement and said nothing more. He started the car and drove towards the hotel. The monthly ticket list is really for the rich. I'm convinced by this 1,000 votes. I'm poor and really can't afford it. Brothers, let's at least keep the top 4. There will be another explosion in 2 days. I have a lot of classes these days, but I will work hard to code it out. Chapter 561 Jiang's Charity Fund. With the cooperation of Singapore, the newspapers only used 2 or 3 sentences to report the explosion the day before yesterday. The first round of business talks ended unpleasantly and was suppressed by the document for the overall situation. After that, the media was flooded with new events. Jiang Chen, chairman of Future Group, held a press conference at Shangjing Hotel, announcing the establishment of Jiang's charity fund in his personal name, with a registered capital of $300 million, and stated that at least $500 million would be invested in the fund every year. The nature of this charity fund is non-public and non-open, and the purpose of the funds is mainly to assist education, medical care, and public facilities construction in poor areas. For Jiang Chen's generosity, the president of the China Charity Federation and the mayor of Shangjing City have highly praised it, and the media have also given it high praise. Singapore President Zhang Yaping spoke in front of the media, saying that charity has no borders, and Jiang Chen's move will become a symbol of friendship between the 2 countries. At the same time, China's #1 leader also agreed with this. The manager of the fund is a man named Wu Botao, who was arranged by the Liu family. Jiang Chen did not want the Future Group to be involved too much in the operation of the fund, so he entrusted it to the Liu family. If the truth came out, they would only need to use the Wu family as a scapegoat, and it would not have too much impact on the Future Group. $300 million is about 1/10 of the Future Group's annual profit in China. Of course, this number will probably more than double next year, because the server of the Phantom Helmet will be turned on at the beginning of next year, and the world-class virtual reality online game God-level continent will be officially launched. Many Wall Street analysts have made an assessment that, if there are no problems with the operation, the online game alone will bring the Future Group no less than $2 billion in annual revenue. This does not include the one-time income from selling helmets. It's interesting to say that Jiang Chen standing in the visiting China team originally made the Chinese netizens quite dissatisfied. After all, they have always regarded Jiang Chen as one of their own. The reason why no one brought this up is simply because the 2 countries are not comparable in national strength, have good diplomatic relations, do not compete, have a high degree of cultural identity, and have a common enemy, the Philippines, etc. If Jiang Chen immigrated to another country, he would be criticized by keyboard warriors if it was exposed. However, once the charity fund came out, no one cared about his nationality. With the intentional promotion of the Future Group, the friend circles of major social platforms were once again flooded with this generous rich man. Although Jiang Chen doesn't care how others evaluate him, to be honest, he is still secretly happy to see so many people praising him. Especially when I see those girls on Weibo brushing Jiang Chen, I want to give birth to a little monkey for you, and national husband Muar. I always feel like something is wrong. Forget it. Put the charity thing aside. The Zhao family, who had already posed, saw that Jiang Chen had not contacted them for a long time, and they couldn't help but feel a little anxious when seeing Jiang Chen suddenly start to do charity, and Prime Minister Liu suddenly change his mind at the internal discussion meeting, and point the finger at the Wang family and Li Yanhang's backers who advocate tough treatment of the Future Group. Zhao and Te immediately reacted. It turned out that the Liu family had already contacted Jiang Chen first, and it was obvious that they had reached some kind of cooperation. While cursing Prime Minister Liu for being unkind in his heart, Zhao and Te had no way to deal with him. As early as the beginning, the Zhao family stood on the side supporting the Future Group because of the feud with the Wang family. Now even if he changed his mind temporarily and stood on the opposite side, I'm afraid the people on the opposite side would not like him very much. No matter where you are, fence sitters are not welcomed. The impatient Zhao family began to lower their posture and began to contact Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at the Zhao family's initiative to come to him through Zhao Zihao. How could he not guess that the Zhao family was here to ask for benefits? However, unlike the Liu family whose power is concentrated in the political world, the Zhao family, which is good at operating industries, is not as short of money as the Liu family. Jiang Chen also knows that what they want is not money, but technology that can help them gain more voice in China. And Jiang Chen did not let the Zhao family return empty-handed, but took out the cake of nutritional mixture and tied the Zhao family to the chariot of his Future Group. led by the Zhao family, a food company with import and export licenses, was established in the Yangcheng area to purchase military high-calorie nutritional mixtures imported from the new country, repackage them and sell them to the military supply department. In principle, China's military industry and military supply industry do not cooperate directly with foreign companies, but after the Zhao family's operation, this trouble is gone. Compared with Russia, whose economic strength is weak, China, which is rich and powerful, is undoubtedly a more promising partner. The Zhao family waved their hands and directly signed a contract for 3 million boxes of nutritional mixtures. With just this batch of nutritional mixtures, Jiang Chen made at least more than $600 million. As for how much the Zhao family would earn from it, and how much political achievements they could achieve with this military product that had a long shelf life, high efficiency, and low logistical pressure, that was not his concern. The 3-day visit ended quickly. With a total of $2 billion in cooperation orders, the president of New Zealand and the accompanying delegation boarded the plane at the capital airport. According to the original itinerary, Jiang Chen would follow the Singapore delegation to Washington. But because of the incident that happened in the hotel, he changed his mind temporarily. Before he was sure whether the attack was related to the CIA, he did not intend to joke with his own safety. So Jiang Chen temporarily cancelled the accompanying visit plan, and instead selected a representative from the future group to replace him, and fly to the United States with Zhang Yaping. Regarding Jiang Chen's decision, some people secretly rejoiced, some expressed deep regret, and some were indifferent. But no matter what, the future group is just a company in name, and the absence of a chairman will not affect the relationship between the two countries. While welcoming the visit of the Singapore delegation, the new president of the United States sent an email to Jiang Chen in his personal name, expressing regret that he could not visit the United States in person to attend the Internet Business Forum on Wall Street. However, the president only expressed regret from a personal standpoint and did not express any other extra thoughts. Whether the attack on the Yingbin Hotel in Shangjing City was related to the CIA or not, they could not be unaware of it, so they could only express their understanding of Jiang Chen's choice. After all, the CIA had attacked Jiang Chen before, so it was understandable that he suspected that the CIA was behind this attack. However, Naomi, who was far away in Virginia, felt wronged. This incident really had nothing to do with the CIA, but he was called into the White House by the president many times because of this. The new president's intention to win over Singapore through Jiang Chen was very clear, and no matter how stupid he was, he would not take action against Jiang Chen at this time. What's more, the last action in China had already caused serious damage to the CIA's influence in China. Even if he wanted to do something, he might not have the ability to do so. Chapter 562 Return to Wanghai. The night view of Wanghai City is as deep as the sea of stars, and the shadows under the steel and concrete are as dark as a dark forest. A long time ago, Jiang Chen thought that this was all there was in the world, and he would fight for his whole life here, for that 50 square meter house and a job to survive. However, sitting on the plane and overlooking all this, he only felt insignificant. There are two main purposes for returning to Wanghai City this time. One is to discuss the pilot of virtual reality online shopping, and the other is for an appointment. After sending Zhang Yaping on the plane to Washington, Jiang Chen also boarded the plane and went to Wanghai City accompanied by Liu Haoshan. Aisha was not with him. In order to prevent those assassins hiding in the dark from attacking Xia Xiao, Jiang Chen chose to leave her by Xia Xiao's side. Before going to Xinjiao, Xia Xiao had to go back to Jiang City to prepare. The handover of the CEO job will take more than a week, and she also needs to spend some time preparing for personal matters. For example, because she is an only child, she plans to bring her parents to Xinjiao to take care of the two elderly people. This requires her to go back to her hometown in Hucheng and bring the two old people to Hong Kong first. Xia Xiao plans to bring her parents, and Jiang Chen naturally agrees with both hands. His parents have everything good in the new country, including villas, yachts, and servants. It's just that those relatives and friends in China are rarely seen, and their lives are still a little lonely. It just so happens that Xia Xiao's parents are familiar with his parents, so the two families can visit each other and at least get together to play mahjong. Aisha was initially opposed to Jiang Chen's choice to go to Wanghai City without her. After all, what happened in the hotel before? She certainly didn't trust Jiang Chen to act alone. But Jiang Chen convinced her with just one sentence. If they really choose me as the target of attack, then they have drawn the worst lot. If it really comes to individual combat effectiveness, there are probably few opponents in the world who can beat him. The reason why he chose to act alone may not be a consideration of luring the snake out of its hole. Seeing Jiang Chen said so, Aisha had to obey his wishes. However, she was still worried and insisted on placing the ghost agent on standby in China near him in case of any emergency. After getting off the plane, Jiang Chen's car changed from Hanki L9 to Mercedes-Benz. The person in charge of receiving foreign guests did not exchange too much greetings with the two, but just handed the car keys to Liu Haoshan and left. Before leaving China, his identity was considered a foreign guest, so no matter where he went, he would be accompanied by people from the protocol department. However, because this is the Wang family's territory, before Wang Dehe made a statement, the reception staff of the local government could not be too enthusiastic towards Jiang Chen. Compared with the pomp in Shangjing City, the attitude of Wanghai City towards Jiang Chen was not like receiving a billionaire at all. I hope you don't mind. After all, you cheated him on the investment, projecting Koro Island, and it is reasonable for the Wang family to be a little upset. Sitting in the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz, Liu Haoshan explained to Jiang Chen. Of course I don't care, as long as he doesn't suddenly jump out to cause trouble for me. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Even if he is the #1 leader, it is impossible for him to be at odds with both the Liu and Zhao families at the same time, let alone the Wang family. So you don't have to worry, they know the limits. But you should also be careful not to let them catch anything. Jiang Chen looked at Liu Haoshan in surprise and smiled. Oh, you already know? Jiang Chen was referring to the cooperation between Future Group and Zhao family about the big cake of nutritional mixture. Of course. Liu Haoshan answered concisely. It was already late. Jiang Chen declined Liu Haoshan's arrangement of the hotel, but clicked a location on the car GPS and asked him to take him there. After confirming the direction, the car soon drove to the wealthy area in Minhang. In the end of the world, a little further in the direction of Songjiang is camp number 27, which belongs to Jiang Chen. But in the present world, there is only one small villa that belongs to him. After leaving Wanghai City, Jiang Chen stuffed the key and access card of the villa into Liu Yao's hand. Houses are not something that can be left alone. If no one lives in them for a long time, no matter how beautiful a villa is, it will become like a ghost building. Anyway, he didn't have many acquaintances and friends in China, and he didn't lack the 100 million or 200 million RMB, so he just used it to support his lover. The identity information was still registered in the guard room. Jiang Chen pressed a fingerprint and the guard let the car pass. The car drove to the door of the villa. Liu Haoshan saw the light on the second floor and couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. Is there anyone inside? Jiang Chen didn't answer his question, unbuckled his seatbelt, and got out of the car, then looked at him and said calmly, "Come pick me up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Since you are traveling at public expense, I won't arrange accommodation for you." Liu Haoshan instantly understood what Jiang Chen meant, smiled at him a few times, and said nothing, stepped on the accelerator and left. Standing at the door, and taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen was about to reach out and press the doorbell, but when he saw the light on the bathroom on the second floor, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up a wicked smile. When he thought of Liu Yao's 36D curves, he couldn't help but feel the urge to play a prank. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. As usual, Liu Yao took a rose bath after working out. As a celebrity who is becoming increasingly famous and the lover of the chairman of Future People, she pays great attention to taking care of herself. She knows that everything she has now is because of that man. If that man loses interest in her, then she will have nothing. After washing off the sweat on her body, Liu Yao looked at the water drops sliding down her delicate skin, and was in a daze. The white mist rising in the bathtub blurred her vision, and also made her thoughts rise slowly with the mist. In the rose petals, a beautiful face was vaguely reflected. This face that countless women envied and countless men admired was now stained with a trace of melancholy. Thinking back to the last time she went to Koro Island and spent a week on holiday with Jiang Chen, her cheeks couldn't help but float a faint red cloud. Although her position was just a lover, the feeling of flying in the clouds that Jiang Chen brought her every time was like poison that fascinated her. So much so that she sometimes couldn't help but think, if her position was not just a lover. Liu Yao shook her wet hair vigorously and woke up from this unrealistic delusion. Looking at the rose petals in the bathtub, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. This is impossible. Indulging in unrealistic dreams will only hurt yourself. She knew that the reason why he could accept her was not because of love or something, but because her existence just happened to fill the regret in his heart about the past. If she crossed that line and turned this relationship from lingering to entanglement and insisted that he give her a name or something, I'm afraid he would feel embarrassed, but he would not compromise in the end. And her identity would no longer be a lover, but a mistress. Perhaps the CEO of future technology, Xia, who is his future wife. Or that exotic girl who is always behind him, seems to be called Aisha or something. Liu Yao had heard Jiang Chen mention this when they were chatting on video. But no matter what, I would not be one of the candidates. Her arms as smooth as mutton fat jade passed through the water covered with flower petals. Liu Yao scooped up a pool of light milky bath liquid and splashed it on her face, brushing her black hair mixed with flower petals behind her head. Splash, she stood up from the water, pulled a bath towel from the side, and wrapped it around her seductive body, stepped out of the bathtub with her slender jade feet, and stepped on the cold floor. She walked to the mirror, and just as she was about to pick up the hairdryer, she suddenly heard a sound like a heavy object falling to the ground in the living room. The hand holding the hairdryer stopped in midair, and Liu Yao held her breath. Living alone in such a big house, such an inexplicable sound is really scary. She was sure that she heard it right, but something fell to the ground in the living room downstairs. Could it be a thief? Liu Yao's heart skipped a beat and her face turned pale. But she immediately denied this possibility. With the security level of this community, it is impossible for a thief to sneak in. But what else could it be but a thief? Swallowing her saliva, Liu Yao put down the hairdryer, walked to the door lightly, and put her ear against the door. Although she also felt that she was a little suspicious for doing this. After holding her breath and listening attentively for a long time, she did not hear any sound. Is it an illusion? Are you too tired recently? Liu Yao breathed a sigh of relief and slowly leaned against the door. Because of the popularity of Ma Dongmo's troubles, her value has also risen. Not only film contracts, but also invitations from record companies have come like snowflakes. Because she sang a little song in the play, her pure and graceful voice has received countless praises on the internet, so some record companies have thought of inviting her to release an album. Recently, she has been busy and exhausted every day because of recording songs. Maybe it's because she is too tired that she has auditory hallucinations. Liu Yao comforted herself in this way. But just when she was relieved, music suddenly sounded outside the door. The sudden music scared Liu Yao so much that her face turned pale, but she soon blushed because she suddenly realized that the music was the ringtone of her cell phone that she had just changed. Whose call could it be? While thinking, Liu Yao took a towel from the side and wrapped her hair around her head. When she put her hand on the door handle, Liu Yao bit her bright red lower lip lightly. Although she had convinced herself that the noise from the living room just now was just an auditory hallucination, she still felt a little uneasy when she really walked out of the bathroom. Taking a deep breath, she turned the doorknob and pushed the door open a crack. When she confirmed that there was nothing outside the door, she couldn't help but feel inexplicably worried about herself, and her ears were a little hot from shame. With her right hand gently pinching the collar of the bath towel in front of her chest, Liu Yao returned to the room with her wet jade feet bare. Then, she picked up her cell phone from the table. Then she was stunned. No calls came in. After unlocking the screensaver, the music player software came into view. The ringtone that sounded before was not an incoming call ringtone, but just the music downloaded in the phone. A strong fear slowly climbed up her heart like a vine. There was someone else in the room. Someone turned on her phone ringtone to attract her over. Her lips trembled, and Liu Yao's face turned pale. She didn't even dare to twist her neck. She was afraid of seeing a strange face. Her naked jade feet trembled as she moved backwards. She didn't even have the courage to turn around and run. Suddenly, the lights went out. Liu Yao screamed and turned around to run. However, before she ran 2 steps, she bumped into a strong chest. The man in black hugged her, threw her on the bed, and then pounced on her to cover her mouth. The strong muscles were like a rock, and he was indifferent to the pink fists and jade legs. The free left hand tore open the white bath towel. But at this moment, the man suddenly screamed ah. Liu Yao was stunned when she heard the scream. The voice seemed familiar. The man in black let go of her, took off the funny hood, and rolled his eyes at her. You bite me as soon as we meet. You are a dog. Tears gradually flowed from her eyes. Seeing this scene in the moonlight, Jiang Chen couldn't help but panic. Hey, don't cry. I just gave you a surprise. Ahem. Of course, it's my fault for scaring you. I admit my mistake. Liu Yao's strong resistance was indeed beyond his expectations. But to be honest, seeing her reaction, Jiang Chen was still inexplicably happy in his heart. Of course, he was also reflecting on himself. Although it was to his lover, and it was just a prank, but after thinking carefully, he did too much to do such a thing to a woman who lives alone. Pervert. Liu Yao threw the towel wrapped around her head on Jiang Chen's head in shame and anger. The scent of roses wafted into Jiang Chen's nose, and his heart was filled with excitement. He removed the towel from his head, and touched his nose awkwardly. Sorry, I do feel a little. Do you want to continue? Without sitting up from the bed, Liu Yao leaned on the sheets and bit her lower lip, with a hint of seductive shyness on her cheeks. The petals between her hair and the faint moonlight from the window added a touch of beauty to her face. Don't let me tell you about what happened just now. Liu Yao, with messy hair, pouted and looked away. Looking at this delicate look, Jiang Chen felt a ball of hot fire rising in his lower abdomen, and his breathing gradually became heavier. He threw the towel on the ground, and did not forget to put on the funny black hood again. Liu Yao's exclamation sounded again, and in the shameful resistance of her pink fists, the dark room became noisy again. Should we say that she is worthy of the acting skills of a movie star? Or should she not let the reunion make her particularly emotional? In short, the play was impeccable. The moonlight covered the embarrassing veil, and I couldn't bear to look directly at the beauty in the room. Chapter 563, Long-awaited reunion. Applying immersive virtual reality technology to online shopping is the next step for future technology after VR online games. Imagine that you can shop without leaving your home, and you can go shopping without moving your legs. In front of the computer, oh no, in front of the helmet, you will no longer have to worry about whether the clothes you bought online fit, because you can take the clothes in the shopping cart and wear them directly on your body. You can try them out to find out if they are good or not. The launch of VR shopping will mean that the only advantage of trying on and fitting in physical stores will no longer exist. Originally, physical stores were at a disadvantage in terms of cost when facing online stores that do not need to pay land rent, and now the shopping experience has been brought to the same level. It is foreseeable that once this consumption model is promoted, it will inevitably have a subversive impact on the entire retail industry and even the real estate market. Such a money-making technology will naturally not be ignored by other e-commerce companies. To give an example from China, regarding VR shopping, that is, the legendary Buy Plus concept, Alibaba has actually started doing it as early as the beginning of 2016. However, due to technical limitations, the effect of the VR online shopping service experience launched by Alibaba is very general, far less magical than the propaganda. Designing an interactive VR image for each store is not realistic in terms of engineering, and it greatly increases the threshold for stores to log into the VR mall. In addition, the shopping experience that VR glasses can bring to users is very limited. If it is just an image, there is no difference between shopping through and through the display screen. But if high-end 3D motion capture technology is used to restore the physical parameters of the goods, this will undoubtedly increase the cost of the equipment. Will users buy high-end VR glasses worth thousands of dollars just for shopping? Maybe, but there are definitely not many such local tyrants. Therefore, this requires a VR device that has sufficient market share and can maximize the shopping experience to serve as the medium for this VR shopping. The Phantom helmet happens to meet these 2 points. The hot sales have laid a foundation for its huge user base, and the immersive virtual reality technology provides technical support for the user's all-round experience. It was precisely because of this that Alibaba contacted Jiang Chen immediately after the business meeting, hoping to cooperate on VR plus e-commerce. However, Jiang Chen did not immediately reply to Ma Yun, who called him personally, because he still needed to discuss this issue with Zhe Xiao. As for whether to do e-commerce by himself or cooperate with others, can future technology do e-commerce without Alibaba? After discussion, Jiang Chen and Zhe Xiao agreed that, of course it is feasible in theory, but there is no need in reality. Future technology has no experience in e-commerce, and it takes a lot of time and energy to build e-commerce, which is both laborious and thankless. Just like building an aircraft carrier, there is no need to produce every screw by itself. With technical advantages, future technology can just be a channel, and the content can be done by traditional e-commerce with rich resources such as Alibaba, JD.com, Amazon, and eBay. And how to cooperate specifically is the purpose of Jiang Chen's trip to Wanghai City. The next morning, Liu Haoshan arrived at the gate of the villa as promised. Seeing Jiang Chen coming out of the villa with a refreshed face, he roughly guessed what happened last night and just smiled mischievously. Without saying anything, he got out of the car and opened the door for Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen set the destination on the GPS, he drove Jiang Chen to the destination. There are many companies that invited Jiang Chen to discuss the cooperation of VR plus E-COMMERCE, both domestic and foreign. It can be said that the reason why he made a special trip to Wanghai City was mainly to discuss this matter. According to the negotiation strategy discussed with Zhe Xiao, Jiang Chen first found not Alibaba, but Amazon, Alibaba's competitor in the international market. At the beginning, Amazon proposed that future technology should open the development tools of virtual reality software and provide authorization so that they could design unique e-commerce software by themselves. However, Jiang Chen would certainly not accept their proposal, not to mention that it was not yet time to take out the development tools. According to their proposal, Amazon would be able to directly ignore them. By then, even if VR plus E-COMMERCE became bigger, it would have nothing to do with future technology. Neither side gave in on the principle, and the negotiations could not go on for a while. Later, Jiang Chen simply stopped talking and went directly to eBay. When Amazon found out that Future Group would not talk to it, it panicked. Who wants to master the immersive virtual reality technology? Future Technology is the only company? If competitors are allowed to enter the virtual reality platform first, it will undoubtedly be a heavy blow to Amazon's business. Amazon, realizing this, immediately lowered its posture and asked to restart the negotiations, expressing its willingness to make concessions on the software. So, the two-way talks turned into three-way talks. At this time, Ali, who had been excluded, could not sit still. Originally, they were waiting for Jiang Chen to come to them, but they did not expect that Future Technology, Amazon and eBay were about to reach an agreement. This is not okay. Ali must not fall behind its competitors here. And considering the hot sales of Phantom helmets overseas, entering the VR platform based on Phantom helmets will be a great opportunity for Ali to expand its overseas market. Leomar, who had just flown back to Wanghai City from Shangjing, immediately found Jiang Chen and politely invited him to his home for a meal. China has always had the habit of discussing business over a drink. Ma Yun personally invited Jiang Chen to have a drink and discuss business, which was a great honor. Isn't this what Jiang Chen was waiting for? Of course, he was not waiting for the few glasses of wine that Ma Yun would toast him at the dinner table, and he never meant to exclude Ali. The reason why he never took the initiative to talk to Ali was to make them unable to sit still and come to him. You see, the negotiations between Future Man and eBay and Amazon are almost concluded. If you, the fourth party who suddenly intervened, want to join in, you have to show some sincerity, right? Sure enough, Ali did not disappoint Jiang Chen. Compared with those foreigners who opened their mouths wide, they not only made concessions in e-commerce cooperation, but also put forward a cooperation plan that was obviously more beneficial to future man technology. Seeing this, the representatives of eBay and Amazon shouted that they had fallen into a trap. Seeing Jiang Chen's interest in the cooperation plan, the people on Alibaba's side breathed a sigh of relief. The specific cooperation plan is as follows. Futureman Technology will design a platform-like software, and Alibaba will provide the content. Users will purchase goods in Futureman's virtual reality mall, and Alibaba will decide which goods can be logged into the virtual reality mall. To confirm the purchase, the built-in browser of the Phantom helmet will jump to Taobao's page, or Taobao will simply redesign a simple purchase and payment page for the goods logged into the virtual reality. It's like Futureman Technology is a supermarket, and Alibaba and other e-commerce companies are suppliers or counter-leasing companies. The former decides the placement of the goods, and the latter provides their own sources of goods. As for the small merchants, registered under the major e-commerce companies, they are just small commodities on the shelves. In a nutshell, Futureman only does platform, and e-commerce is still e-commerce. As soon as this plan was brought out, Jiang Chen threw his original plan aside. Sure enough, he was still very professional. He couldn't think of any reason to reject this plan. Although Amazon and eBay were dissatisfied, they could not come up with a better proposal, so they had to take a step back and accept and put forward a similar proposal. Later, Jiang Chen simply invited e-commerce companies such as JD.com and Global Shopping who were interested in VR to join the negotiations. The parties divided the booths of the VR channel according to their respective market shares in the e-commerce field, and jointly improved this cooperation plan. In 1 week, 8 VR plus E-COMMERCE contracts were signed. Strictly speaking, this was the first business that Jiang Chen, the incompetent chairman, had negotiated for the company this year. And it was a big business worth tens of billions of dollars. Good news. The official account of I Have a Suite in the End of the World has been opened. You can search lines on WeChat to follow the official WeChat account of. There will be extras or other interesting content uploaded every day, and you can also interact with the author. Please follow. Chapter 564 VR plus E-COMMERCE. This is the 560th chapter. The chapter number is wrong again. Wow, it's my fault for staying up late. The software development department of the Fishbone Base in the End of the World has always met the software development needs of future technology in the present world. This is of course feasible in the short term, but it is very inefficient in the long run. Although there are many talents in the End of the World, in the labor cost is also shockingly low. There are population restrictions. The future group is developing all the time, but the number of technicians in the software development department in the End of the World has only increased by less than 10 per year. Take the God-level continent that has been developed as an example. It took nearly a year to develop such a world-class virtual reality online game, and this is based on the materials of the games that have been developed in the front of the station, and it is crazy to rehash old things. According to the data Yang Chen gave to Jiang Chen, according to the standards of the game company in the front of the station, the subsequent update and operation and maintenance of this large-scale RGP online game requires at least a project department of 50 people. Jiang Chen did not tell him that this online game may even have hundreds of millions of players in the near future. After all, future technology is the only immersive virtual online game in the present world. Considering such a large player base, if the game content is to remain fresh, it is not surprising that the number of people in this project department will exceed 500. This number is not exaggerated at all. Just look at Blizzard's bloated operation team to know how many people are needed to maintain a high quality online game. Even though God-level continent has artificial intelligence to help adjust the game memory, the limitations of primary artificial intelligence in creativity mean that some jobs cannot replace manual labor. It is precisely for this reason that it is only a matter of time before the development tools are made public. Only by allowing more people to master the development of virtual reality programs can Futureman Technology recruit more coders to support the internet empire he has built. However, the public development tools cannot be rushed, at least until the technical backbones of Futureman Technology have mastered the technical advantages. As early as half a year ago, when the Futureman Group building was just built on Koro Island, he transferred some technical backbones from Futureman Technology to New Country to receive training on the operation of the VR program development tool Virtual 4.0 and the VR graphics processing software Pictogram 2.1. However, the trouble is that, although the operation interface of these programming tools is very user-friendly, it is still difficult for laymen who have no basic knowledge in this area. The result of the training is predictable. It took more than half a year for these technical backbones of future technology to understand a little bit of the door and barely reach the level of beginners. It is estimated that it will take another half a year or even a year for them to fully master these two software. It is precisely for this reason that, in order to ensure the market competitiveness of future technology in the software field, the time to make these two tools public must be postponed to at least half a year. During this half year, Jiang Chen still has to get rid of the technicians on the wasteland side and develop the software he needs. With two plans, Jiang Chen temporarily returned to the end of the world. It was already the end of December, and Wanghai City in the wasteland was covered in silver and was particularly charming. When Jiang Chen just returned to the fishbone base, there was still a faint festive atmosphere in the air. As daily necessities gradually became abundant, the quality of life of the NAC people gradually improved. Although Christmas is not a legal holiday in Pan-Asian cooperation, the people before the war usually do something on this day, with the idea that another year is about to pass, and it's rare that these few months are so peaceful and stable, so let's do something to celebrate. The marshal's wife generously took out the refrigerated meat that was close to the expiration date and announced that the date of the second barbecue meeting would be set on Christmas. So, a group of people who didn't believe in Jesus at all also enjoyed the festive celebration on this cold day, and at the same time, prayed to the gods who knew they didn't exist, saying may our NAC last forever. Hey, big pervert, you're back. It would have been better if you came back a day earlier. Yao roasted a whole turkey yesterday. Seeing Jiang Chen coming back, Linling, who was lying on the sofa reading comics, was leisurely swinging her two delicate white legs. The heating in winter always makes people so lazy. If you keep calling me this name, be careful that I will really eat you one day. Looking at the poisonous girl who turned into a useless person, Jiang Chen sighed and said, it really doesn't look like the end of the world anymore. Linling did not respond, which was unusual. Jiang Chen noticed that she covered her face with a comic book. Comic books, are there any of these things sold in the 6th block? By the way, where is Sun Jiao? Jiang Chen looked around the living room and found that only Linling was there. Sister Sun Jiao, she should be at the community center now. When you were away, she was doing all the work that you should have done. Jiang Chen was touched and looked at Linling unexpectedly. Linling felt a little embarrassed to be looked at by Jiang Chen. She blushed and moved the comic book higher. Why are you looking at me? Nothing. I just feel relieved to find that even Linling cares about others. Hey, what do you mean? Didn't I care about others before? Before Linling threw the comic book in shame and anger, Jiang Chen put down the pudding he brought her and smiled and dodged. Except for Linling, who was idle every day because of the heavy snow and the Eden project was stalled, the women in the villa basically had something to do every day. Yao was still in her room, developing the program Jiang Chen gave her. The little loli was very hard working. Jiang Chen remembered that when he bought her, her computer skill rating was only C, but after so much study, the program she designed was so good that even Du Yankang, the director of NAC Software Development Department, could not compare to her. After placing the gift on her desk, Jiang Chen held her on his lap at the girl's request and rubbed her soft hair. To be honest, although it was said that he was helping Yao relieve her work fatigue, when he saw her squinting long eyelashes, trembling comfortably and cutely, Jiang Chen felt that his fatigue was also dispelled. After spending a quiet time with her, Jiang Chen left the villa and went straight to the community center. Snowflakes were floating outside the window, and strings of water droplets were hanging on the glass. Because of the heating, the office was very warm. Sister, I say, why don't we stop here for today's work? Sun Jiao said exhaustedly, pouting as she lay on the desk, holding the pen for signing. No, sister. My brother-in-law entrusted you with such an important job because he trusted you. Please try harder. The next document is the trade agreement of the Beer Bottle Arms Company on the exchange of arms for offer containing steel and rice. Can't we just sign it casually? Who dares to cheat us with a contract? Sun Jiao raised her eyebrows and said with a bandit-like look, no, we set the rules. If we can't abide by the contract, then the order that my brother-in-law has worked so hard to establish will be out of the question. So in order to avoid unnecessary disputes, please read every detail in the contract carefully, I said. Can't you always call me brother-in-law? It always feels so weird. You also. Thinking of the beautiful moments of working with her sister, Sun Jiao's cheeks couldn't help but blush. No, please satisfy my sister's little bad taste. Sun Jiao's mouth curled up into a devilish smile. Jiang Chen always felt that when she smiled like this, she looked especially like her sister. When she saw Jiang Chen appearing at the door, the pen fell from Sun Jiao's upturned mouth with a bang. Looking at the longing in her sister's eyes, Sun Jiao smiled and held her forehead and shook her head. Oh my. It seems that today's work will have to be postponed to tomorrow. Like a gust of wind, Jiang Chen caught Sun Jiao, who threw herself into his arms. The longing for the longing, along with the heat on his chest and lips, reached the deepest part of his heart. Dead man, you don't even come back to see me. I'm afraid I can't help but not want to go back. Really? Really? In the end times, he has become a local tyrant, and there is no threat from the so-called natural selection. The Eden Project is advancing. In just 10 or 20 years, life here may not be worse than in the present world. Just as the two of them were communicating their feelings with their eyes, the door behind them was suddenly locked by Sun Jiao with a click. Jiang Chen was about to turn around and ask Sun Jiao why she locked the door, but he was blocked by the same soft touch behind him. Looking at her sister hugging Jiang Chen from behind, Sun Jiao said in surprise, Jiao. However, Sun Jiao ignored her sister, bit the tip of Jiang Chen's ear, and blew a mouthful of hot air mischievously. Compared to my sister, I've been much more patient. The two sisters looked at each other and simultaneously revealed a devilish smile, and at the same time, stretched out their delicate hands too. Beep beep. Wait a minute. A short and enviable exclamation came to an abrupt end. In this highly soundproof office, the long-awaited reunion ceremony was being performed. Chapter 565, the prototype of quantum communication satellite. When Jiang Chen came out of the office, it was already late at night. Looking at the deep night and the flying snowflakes, thinking that he had wasted another whole day, Jiang Chen couldn't help but bury his chin in his scarf and sighed. He still had some things to do in Wanghai City, and he had to rush back to Xingou after finishing them. The virtual reality online game was about to be launched, and he didn't have much time on his hands. However, when he looked at the two girls who were holding his arms and had a lingering happiness on their faces, the only little dissatisfaction was washed away with the snow. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, wearing a winter coat and stepping on the knee-high snow, Jiang Chen came to the community center. Just when he was about to go to the software development department to find Du Yankang, he saw this guy took the initiative to come up. Seeing the stack of documents in Jiang Chen's hand, he immediately complained to Jiang Chen with a bitter face. Boss. Oh no, Marshall, we really don't have enough staff in our department. Now, including me, everyone is doing the work of two people. Of course, I'm not complaining. I just want you to urge Wang King to approve the staff I applied for quickly. Seeing Minister Do so pitiful, Jiang Chen couldn't bear it and couldn't help but speak with concern. Is it that serious? Otherwise, no one in our department doesn't work with dark circles under their eyes. Looking at the pitiful Du Yankang and his dark bags under his eyes, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The software development department at the time was really enviable. They were the most relaxed in the entire Fishbone base. Not to mention the good welfare and treatment. They didn't have to risk their lives to copy and write those game codes all day. I don't know how many people want to join this department, but now it's different. The internal and external troubles have been settled, and the wars of all sizes have basically ended. Those knights with a lot of military exploits are enjoying a peaceful life. All day long, they either shoot at targets in the training ground, or go out on patrol with a few guns on their shoulders. They stand tall in front of the ragged refugees and enjoy the envious and respectful looks. In contrast, the people in the software development department are busy as hell. Credit point payment system, Wanghai City communication base station maintenance, market trading software, and recently Chunan also proposed to build an AC regional network to integrate municipal administration, law enforcement, and taxation. Who will do these things? Wang King thought that only the software development department in the entire base knows more about computers, so she stuffed all these tasks into Du Yankang's department. Wang King is really, I'll go talk to her later. Hearing this, Du Yankang immediately nodded with a smile. Hey, thank you for your help. You're welcome. Jiang Chen waved his hand and handed him the plan for developing a VR social platform and an online shopping platform. Seeing Du Yankang, who looked like he had lost all hope in life, Jiang Chen patted his arm a little embarrassedly. Help me get the software on these two plans. It shouldn't be difficult. You can put the other tasks on hold for now. Ahem. Overtime pay will be doubled, and the staff will be in place as soon as possible. Although he sympathized with his situation, this task that had to be completed still had to be completed. However, watching Du Yankang walk away with a shaky step, Jiang Chen always felt full of guilt. How about giving the coders in the software development department some benefits? For example, give them a box of milk and a basket of eggs every week. While thinking about this, Jiang Chen came to the logistics department and found Wang King, who was busy checking the inventory data. It's not that I don't want to, but there is no one applying. After listening to Jiang Chen's purpose, Wang King pushed the glasses on her nose and explained with a wry smile. Now, even in the 6th block, computer talents are quite scarce. As soon as I recruited someone here, I transferred him there. What about shelter number 27? There should be computer talents there, right? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, there are, but almost none of them are mainly engaged in computer science. And these experts in various fields basically have scientific research tasks to perform. If they are transferred at will, it will be a bit of a loss of focus. Wang King said. It is indeed not easy to transfer them if they have scientific research projects. There is no better way. Jiang Chen had to instruct Wang King to increase the salary of the employees in the software development department and posted in the recruitment information of the 6th block. In addition, he also sent a short message to Zhao Chenwu, asking him to pay more attention to computer talents in the caravan outside the province. Any talent with a test rating greater than C should be recruited as much as possible. For women, the technical requirements can be relaxed. D&D can also be considered. After all, the entire department is full of male creatures. Jiang Chen felt a little sorry for these single dogs who worked hard. The main purpose of coming back this time was to hand over the two plans to Du Yankang and to see the women and subordinates who had not seen for a long time. After walking around the community center, Jiang Chen came outside. Seeing that there was still some time, he stopped by the Aerospace Science and Technology Research Institute and found Jiang Lin, who was busy in the factory. Some time ago, Jiang Chen asked him to design a quantum communication satellite, and he didn't know how he was doing now. Just as there was still some time, Jiang Chen stopped by here to take a look. Seeing Jiang Chen coming, Jiang Lin stuffed the things in his hand into the hands of a colleague in work clothes beside him and came to greet him. Stopping at the workbench, Jiang Chen saw the square-headed thing on the round table and asked, "Is this the quantum communication satellite?" "Almost, it looks like this. The key quantum communication components have not been installed yet, and we are still waiting for news from shelter number 27. It is said that there is a small problem with the refrigeration device, and the size does not match and needs to be redesigned. Why do you look disappointed?" Looking at Jiang Chen, Jiang Lin asked unexpectedly. First of all, it should be said that, although quantum communication and quantum computers both have quantum in their names, they are actually two completely different things. The so-called quantum communication refers to a new communication method that uses quantum entanglement effect to transmit information. It is a composite subject that combines quantum theory and information theory. In the modern world, this subject has gradually moved from theory to experiment. In the end of the 22nd century, the research on quantum communication has already moved from the military field to the civilian field. Compared with the fast, but unsafe clean particle waves and the slow progress of gravitational waves, quantum communication technology is undoubtedly much more accessible to the public. The advantage of being difficult to crack is self-evident, especially after major breakthroughs in the research on the transmission of non-classical information. Superluminal quantum communication, which was originally thought to violate the theory of relativity, has also become a reality. As for what is the use of superluminal communication, it is very useful. Let's take the current internet as an example. The internet that every household is connected to now relies on submarine cables to connect. Why has Google's global Wi-Fi plan been announced for so long without any movement? On the one hand, it is because the communication channel is crowded, and the most fundamental reason is that it is technically unfeasible to use traditional satellites as nodes for network connection. The synchronous orbit is 36,000 kilometers high and uses traditional satellites to provide Wi-Fi services. Without considering the attenuation of electromagnetic wave signals, the basic delay is ideally above 500 ping. What is the feeling of a delay of 500 ping? Simply put, it means that you may not be able to see your own people when playing LOL. So, if traditional satellites are used to provide network services, sending an email may be acceptable, but making a phone call will be difficult, and forget about online games. The quantum communication satellite in front of Jiang Chen is such a difficulty that traditional satellites cannot overcome, and will also be the communication transit station for the virtual reality network in the future. Looking at the satellite, Jiang Chen touched his chin and said, "I thought it would look better." Jiang Lin was stunned for a moment and laughed. There is no need to consider aerodynamics in the universe, and all shapes are the same. If you need, I can also make it round. But the internal components have to be redesigned. No need, I just said so. Jiang Chen said embarrassedly. The cost of building such a satellite is not cheap. If he really has to redesign one, he will be the one who feels distressed. Because these things are not needed in the wasteland. Wang Qing from the logistics department has complained to him that the budget allocation of the Aerospace Science and Technology Research Institute is unreasonable. Chapter 566. Maybe it's a mutant? Good job. Can this satellite be completed in early January? Early January, but it's already the end of the month. Jiang Lin scratched his messy hair with a wry smile, sighed and said, I'll try my best. If Shelter 27 can quickly deal with the cooling problem of key components, we can finish it soon. I'll go to Shelter 27 later, and I'll help you urge this matter. Jiang Chen said. In early January, Starring Trade will start the second satellite launch plan. According to the plan will launch a high-power communication satellite to provide free Wi-Fi services to the entire territory of New Zealand to improve the tourism rating of the Panu Islands. Jiang Chen certainly won't be stupid enough to tell others that this is a quantum communication satellite, and Starring Trade will not give any explanation as to why the satellite can provide network services with a delay of less than 20 ping. Considering the diplomatic relations between New Zealand and neighboring countries such as New Guinea, Australia, and New Zealand, the satellite will also provide paid Wi-Fi services to parts of these countries. As for how to charge, Starring Trade will send salesmen to negotiate with the country's telecom operators to explore a reasonable price. It is estimated that the number of people using the Wi-Fi monthly subscription will exceed 500,000, which can ensure the balance between maintenance fees and income. If you are going to shelter number 27, please take this over for me. Jiang Lin seemed to remember something, walked to the workbench, and took down a palm-sized circuit board from it. What is this? Jiang Chen took the circuit board from his hand and looked at it for a moment, but he couldn't see what it was. Good stuff. The Zhao Group's caravan exchanged a can from a scavenger when they were doing business in Jingling. Jiang Lin chuckled. The main control chip of the power system of the XK-92 bipedal combat mecha. This is the first time I have seen such a complete sample. Can you build a mecha? Jiang Chen was moved. However, Jiang Lin touched his nose and looked away awkwardly. Mecha. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. But it's no problem. to analyze the relevant technology from the main control chip of this power system and improve the performance of our existing K1 mechanical exoskeleton, T3, and T4 power armor to a higher level. He was happy for nothing. But it's better than nothing. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at Jiang Lin, put the palm-sized chip back into the box, and then stuffed it into his pocket. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Well, there's nothing else. I heard that the steel airship at Camp 27 is almost ready. You can go and see it. I saw it when I went to Camp 27 last time. It was quite spectacular. Jiang Lin said with a smile, watching him leave. When Jiang Chen arrived at Camp 27 by car, he witnessed the dignity of the airship. It was a fortress made of steel, floating above the open space 100 meters away from Camp 27, about 20 meters low. This fortress was tied by tough graphene cables and connected by steel scaffolding. Engineering robots and engineers worked together to complete the remaining 50% of the project under the flying snow. It is 100 meters long, more than 20 meters wide, and has 3 decks. Its curved belly is like a seal's belly, and its wide bow is as ferocious as a shark. The wings stretched out on both sides are connected to the large vortex engine of the Yangtze 51, which is used to provide forward thrust for this huge airship. The movable mechanical arm suspended directly below the airship provides a docking port for the Yangtze 51. The 100-meter-long graphene suspended suspension warehouse can deploy up to 4 Tiger II tanks vertically to the ground at the same time. The layout of the airship is in the shape of an inverted concave, and the top deck is an aircraft runway, allowing the Aurora 20 to take off and land vertically. A large amount of space inside the airship is a helium chamber that provides buoyancy. Only the middle deck and 1/10 of the internal space are available for personnel activities. The lower suspension deck carries supplies and munitions, and also leaves room for modification of a Type 50 joules electromagnetic gun, which can cause devastating blows to long-range ground-hard targets. The main structure of the airship uses superplastic steel intermittent armor and high-strength foam aluminum materials. While retaining a certain level of live ammunition protection, the net weight of the airship is reduced to the maximum extent. Of course, the protection of the airship still depends on the cooperation of nitrogen shields and laser anti-missiles, as well as the suppression of local air defense units by ground forces. In practical terms, the main value of this airship is definitely not to fly over the enemy's head and drop bombs as in World War II, but to play the role of a land aircraft carrier. With a dead weight of less than 100 tons, it can carry 500 tons of heavy objects. There is no need to pass through dangerous areas densely populated by aliens and zombies, which can minimize the loss of long-distance marches to the inland. Without considering the hot weapons in the hands of hostile humans, the airship is indeed a magical artifact in the end times. After all, there are not many aliens that can fly at high altitudes. According to the chief engineer of the airship design, the project has been completed by 50% and will be completed in half a year at the latest. By then, the combat radius of NAC will be expanded by more than 500 kilometers, and the flag of order will be passed to farther places. Jiang Chen did not stay outside camp number 27 for too long. He met Zulu and Wang Xiaowu, who greeted him at the door. After reviewing the 2nd Corps garrison, he followed Zulu to shelter number 27 located underground. In the research institute, Jiang Chen found Fang Weixin, who was busy with a watermelon-sized electronic device with his colleagues, who were also wearing white coats. It seems that it is the key component of quantum communication, but judging from his frown, the trouble in solving this cooling problem seems to be not small. Seeing this, Jiang Chen did not want to disturb him. He handed the chip to the assistant, who was doing miscellaneous work in the research institute, and then simply urged the research and development of quantum communication equipment. Without stopping for long, Jiang Chen went to the Biotechnology Research Institute and found the person in charge, Wang Fangping, and explained the purpose of his visit. The attacker who was shot by Aisha last time was currently being interrogated at the Crescent Island military base. According to Ivan, the man refused to confess, no matter what kind of torture he was subjected to, and any wounds he suffered would heal at an incredible speed. So Jiang Chen thought of Wang Fangping, who was engaged in bioengineering research, hoping to find the answer from him. Extremely strong recovery ability, without the help of machinery and drugs. When Wang Fangping heard Jiang Chen's description, he was stunned at first, and then frowned. There are many ways to speed up recovery. Sniper rifle wounds. There is a hidden gene code called toughness, which can achieve a similar effect. Sun Jiao's hidden gene code is toughness, and Jiang Chen has seen the effect of that skill with his own eyes. Even after being shot several times, he can still stand up from a pool of blood, but the price is to overdraw his vitality. However, despite this, Jiang Chen always felt that the attacker's ability had nothing to do with the gene code. What's more, it is impossible for genetic drugs to exist in the world. Apart from the genetic code, are there any other possibilities? Jiang Chen asked. Other possibilities? Actually there are many. Some dangerous human body modifications can achieve the same effect, but such modifications usually have adverse consequences. By the way, speaking of it, mutants seem to fit your description, Wang Fangping said in a half-joking tone. Search lines on WeChat to follow Morningstar's public WeChat account, which will be updated with interesting content every day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567 A Certain Promise. Under normal circumstances, no living creature can cross the distance of the dimension. Mutants appearing in the world? That is absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen is sure of this. So when he heard Wang Fangping's half-joking words, he just smiled and didn't take it to heart. Although he didn't get a satisfactory answer from Wang Fangping, his words still gave Jiang Chen an idea. The killer is likely to be a product of genetic modification. Jiang Chen was very curious about who, or which organization, could achieve such a degree of modification with the technology of the world. A ghost sniper bullet in the chest would kill even a mutant. However, that person was able to get up and run away, and the wound healed in less than half a day. No matter how you look at it, it is not something a human can do. No one can lie to a microscope about their physical condition. If the marshal wants to get a definite answer, he can take the person to the shelter for examination. Wang Fangping keenly noticed the concern on Jiang Chen's face and suggested, "That person can't come here." Jiang Chen simply replied, "Is there any other way?" "Can't come here. Then how about this? I need 10 milliliters of blood. From the metabolites and DNA information in the blood, I should be able to crack the secret." Wang Fangping suggested as a second choice. However, Jiang Chen still shook his head. As for blood, metabolites are no problem, but DNA may be a little difficult. According to Linling's observations, the damage caused by the act of crossing to life forms other than him is not only the cessation of function, but also affects the DNA material of the cells. The former can be attributed to the impact of the entropy reduction process on the organism, and the latter cannot be explained for the time being with the technology of the 22nd century. If the latter problem is solved, bringing people through will no longer be a problem. Seeing that this method didn't work, Wang Fangping pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "I have an idea, the smart medical cabin. If you can't bring the person here, let him lie in the smart medical cabin, and bring back his body data model through the physical examination function. How about it?" Jiang Chen slapped his head. Damn, how could I forget that thing? After treating Aisha's wounds last time, he had forgotten the thing in the basement of the villa. Since he couldn't bring back living cells, why not just bring back the data? After taking the formula of the new nutritional mixture from Wang Fangping, Jiang Chen left shelter number 27. After declining Zulu's invitation to stay for dinner and inspecting the work of camp number 27, Jiang Chen drove back to the fishbone base. The snow on the road was heavy and the car broke down halfway. Several knack guys jumped out of the car and pushed the marshal's car out of the snow pit. One of them took out the toolbox and began to check the fault. They were all personal guards directly under the marshal himself and were formed at the suggestion of Han Junhe. They were all elites in the army. Although they were not knights, they were treated at the same level as knights. After the term of office expires, they will be officially awarded the Medal of Knight and obey the transfer of the logistics department to other positions in NAC. From the faces of these guys, Jiang Chen could clearly see the pride of their status. The cause of the failure was that the engine shaft oil was frozen. Reapplying anti-frozen engine oil solved the problem. After struggling in the heavy snow for more than 10 minutes, the car finally got back on the road. When Jiang Chen returned to the fishbone base, it was completely dark. Back to the villa, Jiang Chen stood at the entrance and shook off the broken snow on his body. Yao, wearing a light pink sweater, smiled shyly and took the coat from her big brother. In a harmonious atmosphere, Jiang Chen and the girls enjoyed this lively and sumptuous dinner. Because he still had things to do when he returned to New Country, Jiang Chen would not stay in the end of the world for too long this time. But before returning to New Country, he had one more thing to do. For a certain appointment on the trip, having traveled back and forth between the present world and the end of the world countless times, Jiang Chen has almost gotten used to the subtle difference in time and space. The only thing that he was not used to was the sun outside the window. Although Wanghai City in December was cold, it was not as biting as the end of the world. The wind blew on his face, even with a bit of warmth. At this time, Jiang Chen was walking on the pedestrian street of New Century Square with a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses. Liu Yao is now a well-known star, and she usually wears sunglasses when she goes out. But what makes Jiang Chen wonder is that his fame is many times greater than hers, but he doesn't get many people turning their heads when walking on the street. On the contrary, Liu Yao, because of her fashionable dress and celebrity temperament, has attracted many envious eyes for Jiang Chen. Is it because she didn't add emoticons? Jiang Chen thought so. Have you finished the work in Wanghai? Almost. I have handed over the follow-up coordination work to the new CEO. Then, are you ready to go back? Liu Yao pouted and shook her arm like a little girl. Yeah. I booked the plane ticket for tomorrow night. The soft rubbing made Jiang Chen's heart sway slightly. Although he had thought about whether he should stay in Wanghai City for 2 more days before going back and indulge in the feeling of gentleness for a while. But thinking that the virtual reality game was about to go online and that he would need to replenish the supplies in the apocalypse, he really didn't have the spare time to stay for 2 more days. Thank you for staying with me for so long. You must be very busy. Indeed, I'm very busy. Jiang Chen laughed without any modesty. Liu Yao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, pouted, and pinched his arm with 2 slender fingers in anger. It didn't feel painful, but rather very enjoyable, like being bitten by a kitten affectionately. The two of them went through all the shops on the pedestrian street. Jiang Chen swiped his card without even looking at the price of the clothes Liu Yao liked. After all, with the string of zeros in his card, it would not be a problem to buy a whole building, let alone a few clothes. Such a refreshing shopping spree made the shopping guide stare blankly, wishing that the person standing next to him was herself. However, when she saw the appearance and figure of the female companion next to him, she realized the difference and immediately gave up the unrealistic idea out of shame. After stuffing a bunch of clothes into the car, the two went to the cinema and watched the movie starring Liu Yao together. Jiang Chen had promised her that, when the movie was released, he would sit with her in the cinema and watch the movie starring her like a couple. The reason why he did not return to Xingguo immediately after dealing with the things in Wanghai City was to fulfill this promise. The screen began to play the cast list. Looking at the crowd in the cinema, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. He gently squeezed Liu Yao's hand and said in her ear, "Come to think of it, last time you sat on my lap, this time we held hands. We watched this movie twice." Hearing the teasing in Jiang Chen's words and thinking of the charming airport pickup in Xingguo last time, Liu Yao blushed and whispered, "Pervert." Liu Haoshan, who was sitting in the back row of the cinema, rolled his eyes countless times while watching the two flirting with each other. How lonely would it be to go to the cinema alone to watch a movie? The two couples next to him had already given him countless strange looks. However, because of work needs, he not only had to follow the two, but also had to watch them. This was really lonely as snow. The people above took Jiang Chen's safety very seriously, especially after they found out that an unknown force was trying to assassinate him. This involved the issue of international image, and he couldn't let anything happen to him in China. That's why, in addition to accompanying him to Wanghai City to investigate the investment environment, Liu Haoshan also had a mission to protect his life. On the surface, he was the only one accompanying him, but in fact, there were at least 10 agents from the general staff watching near the cinema. Once something happened, or if there were any signs of this, these experienced anti-terrorism experts would immediately control the criminals who dared to commit the crime. That's why Jiang Chen, who had originally planned to lure the rat out, was helpless. It was already the last 2 days, and there was still no attacker, as if the other party had forgotten about it. After coming out of the cinema, the two found a high-end restaurant to have dinner. With her rosy lips biting the straw, Liu Yao carefully looked at Jiang Chen's face and suddenly asked, "What are you looking at?" "Looking at the beauty again." "Liar." Jiang Chen responded to Liu Yao with a helpless look. "Is it inconvenient to tell me?" "Forget it. It's not something worth keeping secret." Jiang Chen sighed, shaking the fork in his hand. "Someone is trying to plot against me." A worried look appeared on Liu Yao's face. "Are you scared?" Jiang Chen joked. For some reason, Liu Yao suddenly pouted, and her tone was slightly sour. "Not afraid. Anyway, I'm just your lover. If you want to kidnap someone, you should kidnap a hostage with a higher bargaining chip value, right?" "Oh. What if it's an enemy?" Jiang Chen smiled mischievously, "The kind that doesn't seek any benefits, but simply wants to see a painful expression on my face? If I have an accident, will you feel pain?" Liu Yao asked a little abruptly. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile and asked, "Why do you ask this question?" Although he did not answer the question directly, from the hesitation in his eyes, Liu Yao still got the answer she expected, and a smile appeared on her lips. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I just think you are unexpectedly cute when you are not frank." "Shouldn't this be said by the man to the woman?" Jiang Chen said embarrassedly. Seeing Liu Yao's excited look, Jiang Chen couldn't help but find it a little funny. Putting his thoughts back to the topic just now, he was silent for a moment and suddenly spoke. "By the way, you are also a star now. It's still a little unsafe to live alone. Do you want me to arrange a bodyguard for you?" "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I just feel very happy." Liu Yao's mouth curved into a crescent because she was happy about something Jiang Chen didn't understand. Jiang Chen suddenly found that she looked unexpectedly beautiful when she smiled. Chapter 568 Black Ship. The next evening, Liu Yao drove Jiang Chen to the Wanghai airport. In the terminal, she kissed Jiang Chen. Wearing sunglasses, Liu Yao smiled and waved her hand, saying goodbye to him as he boarded the plane and watched the plane fly away. At the same time, seeing that Jiang Chen had finally left, Liu Yao, who was standing outside the airport, was relieved. After sending this great god away, he could go back to Shangjing City. The weather in the south was damp and cold. Although the temperature was not as low as in the north, it was frighteningly cold, which made him, a northerner, very uncomfortable. Moreover, he had been worrying about Jiang Chen's safety these days. Fortunately, no accidents had happened in these days. Perhaps they had noticed that there were general staff agents hovering around Jiang Chen, and those attackers who realized that it was impossible chose to retreat. Taking out his mobile phone from his pocket, Liu Yao called his hometown in Shangjing City. "The target has boarded the plane. This guy is finally gone." "Did anything happen?" A steady voice came from the other end of the phone. "No. Everything is normal here. The escaped killer has not made any new moves. He may have hidden himself." Liu Yao replied, looking at the flight disappearing in the night sky. Sitting on the plane, Jiang Chen looked at the city gradually receding outside the window until the bright lights disappeared from his sight, and then he retracted his sight. "Good evening, dear passengers. Welcome to China Eastern Airlines Flight MU 771 from Wanghai City, China to Koro City, New Zealand. The flight distance of this flight is 3,261 kilometers, and the estimated flight time is 5 hours and 47 minutes. In order to ensure the normal operation of the aircraft navigation and communication system, please do not use laptops during takeoff and landing, and do not use mobile phones or remote control toys during the entire flight. Have a pleasant journey. Flying is not like taking a train, and you can also surf the internet with your mobile phone." At this time, Jiang Chen, who has no habit of reading books and newspapers, can only look at beautiful women to please his eyes, except for sleeping. It must be said that the quality of flight attendants on international flights is really high. This is not only reflected in the extraordinary appearance, but also in their polite attitude, which makes it difficult for people to have the slightest disgust. Of course, this may also have something to do with the fact that he was sitting in first class. The passenger wearing a hat sitting next to him asked the stewardess for a newspaper. Jiang Chen only took a close look at the stewardess and gave her an evaluation of more than 8 points. The passenger took the newspaper and seemed to notice Jiang Chen's gaze. He smiled at Jiang Chen in a friendly manner and then leaned back in his chair. Jiang Chen noticed that he was flipping through the economic panel. It turns out that even beautiful women get boring after looking at them for a long time. Jiang Chen yawned and took out his mobile phone with the flight mode turned on to check the time. 9 o'clock. The plane had taken off for an hour. A rough estimate is that it should have passed Taipei and entered the Pacific Ocean. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Chen adjusted a comfortable posture and prepared to sleep for a while in the chair. Before closing his eyes, he glanced at the passenger next to him with his peripheral vision, only to see that the man was still flipping through the newspaper. "Are you ready to sleep? The journey is still so long. Don't you want to chat with me to pass the time?" the man said softly, still looking at the newspaper in his hand. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, smiled, and whispered in a voice that would not disturb others. "Oh, what are you talking about? First, let me introduce myself. My name is Tanaka Yoshihiro, a biologist and astronomer." "Japanese?" Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. Because he spoke fluent Mandarin, Jiang Chen thought he was Chinese. Mr. Jiang seemed surprised. "Indeed, I'm a little surprised. Your Chinese is very good. Do you know me?" Jiang Chen asked in surprise. "Yes." Tanaka spread out the newspaper in his hand and pointed to a black and white picture on the headline with his thin fingers. "This is a photo from the launch of the Phantom helmet. It is also the clearest photo of you exposed in the media so far. Perhaps it is a language habit developed from years of work." His words carry a sense of rigidity and stiffness of an old scholar. This feeling is hard to describe, as if it should be said in a very relaxed tone to fit the context, but when it comes out of his mouth, it all becomes a flat and emotionless narrative. "You are quite observant," Jiang Chen said casually. "Observation is the foundation of science." Tanaka closed the newspaper, folded it in half, and then folded it in half again. "What is this?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly as he watched the Japanese scientist's actions, not understanding what he wanted to express. His dry 10 fingers were like puppet strings, folding the newspaper into a strangely shaped paper boat. Putting the paper boat on the armrest between the two seats, Tanaka said softly, "Black ship, Kurifune. Have you heard of this word, Mr. Jiang? The romanization of origami in Japanese?" Jiang Chen said teasingly, crossing his legs. "You really should study world history." Tanaka adjusted his hat slightly, sighed deeply, crossed his fingers in front of his knees, tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, "In the 6th year of Kei, American Commodore Matthew Perry led a fleet into the Urugasi of Edo Bay. He brought a letter from American President Millard Fillmore to the Edo shogunate, and finally the two sides signed the Japan-US Treaty of Peace and Amity the following year, which is known as the Black Ship Incident in history. Are you going to talk to me about Japanese history? I'm sorry, I'm not interested." After hearing Tanaka's words, Jiang Chen recalled the description of this period of history in the middle school textbook. But understanding is one thing, and whether you are interested or not is another matter. "No, I just hope you can understand the background of the story. At the same time, I want to hear your views on the Black Ship incident, without any superficial nationalism. Your Opium War?" Tanaka smiled and shook his head, saying, "Although it is still superficial, it is not far away." "Oh, then what do you think?" Tanaka said softly, his dry lips moved. "The fusion of civilizations." When Jiang Chen heard the word civilization, his eyes subconsciously took on a hint of vigilance. However, Tanaka seemed not to notice Jiang Chen's reaction, and continued, "The collision between high-level civilization and low-level civilization. One side prospers, and the other side evolves or perishes in pain. As in history, this process may be painful, but in terms of results, it has brought about the evolution of the entire civilization." After a pause, he smiled and stretched out a finger, and continued in the rigid tone that was extremely inconsistent. If the collection is magnified to the scale of the universe, the scene of the collision between high-level civilization and low-level civilization. Don't you want to see it? Only a madman would want to see it. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes dangerously and said softly, "That's a pity." Tanaka sighed, sat up straight, and extended his hand to Jiang Chen. "Let's get to know each other again. Tanaka Yoshihiro, you can also call me Professor." Jiang Chen did not shake his hand, but stared into his eyes. "What do you want to do?" Ignoring Jiang Chen's question, Tanaka retracted his outstretched hand and said lightly, "Speed 0.85 Mach, altitude 9100 kilometers. If I'm not mistaken, your ability to travel through time will not work here. Of course, you can also try to maintain the kinetic energy of subsonic speed to travel over there, and see if you will fall to death on the wall." Hearing his words, Jiang Chen's heart was shocked. This is impossible. How could he know my trump card? Exclamation mark. At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the queen who declared war on him. Could it be? "By the way, you just asked me what I wanted to do." Tanaka smiled. "In short, your ability is too much trouble for us and the black ship. So, in order to welcome the arrival of the next era." He put his hand on the brim of his hat, and his cloudy pupils locked onto Jiang Chen's eyes like a venomous snake. "Please take your trump card to the grave." Chapter 569. Take the trump card to the grave. At the moment, when Tanaka took off his hat, his head fell on the backrest of the seat in front of him. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen, who was about to react, was completely stunned. He originally thought that this man would take out some weapons of mass destruction, and was ready to take out weapons from the storage space to defend himself. However, before he could do anything in a hurry, Tanaka took off his hat and fainted. Feeling a bump on his back, the passenger in the front seat who had fallen asleep turned around and glared at Tanaka, who was drooping his head. However, Tanaka did not raise his head at all, and the whole person seemed to have lost consciousness. The stewardess in the first class cabin noticed the situation here and immediately walked over to Jiang Chen. When she saw Tanaka unconsciously resting his forehead on the backrest of the front seat, the stewardess squatted down and put her face close to him to take a look. "Sir, are you feeling unwell?" "Sir? Sir?" Seeing that the man did not respond, the stewardess squatting next to him panicked and wanted to help him up. "Don't touch him." Jiang Chen's heart was filled with alarm, and he grabbed the stewardess's hand that was reaching out to Tanaka. Judging from the means used in the last assassination, these people don't seem to be the type to avoid hurting innocent people. On a means of transportation like a passenger plane, what is the most effective way to kill? Without a doubt, there is only one option: the bomb. "Sir?" The stewardess looked at Jiang Chen blankly. She didn't know how to react when a stranger suddenly grabbed her hand. Awakened by the noise here, many passengers who were sleeping before looked over here. The two flight attendants standing in front and behind saw the commotion and also walked over here. Facing the stewardess's suspicious look, Jiang Chen didn't make any explanation, but just locked his eyes on Tanaka, and his thoughts turned quickly. The two stewardesses who came over looked at Jiang Chen, who was holding his colleague's hand, and then looked at the man who was burying his head and not moving, and didn't know what to do for a while. The passengers next to them had also woken up, and were watching the excitement here. At this time, the door in front of the first class cabin opened, and a man wearing a captain's hat walked into the cabin. His eyes fell on Jiang Chen. What happened? Jiang Chen let go of the stewardess's hand. When the stewardess rubbed her pinched red hand in grievance, he pointed at the man next to him with his chin, and then made a mouth shape to the captain. Bomb. After reading Jiang Chen's mouth shape, the captain's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his eyes began to switch between Jiang Chen and the man. Jiang Chen could clearly see the doubt and hesitation in his eyes. It is normal to hesitate. Anyone would be suspicious if he pointed at a fainted passenger without any basis and said that he had a bomb on him. This passenger may have suffered from some sudden illness if he could not get timely treatment. What's more, even Jiang Chen himself was suspicious. Is there a secret hidden in this man? "Captain?" The stewardess looked at the captain with some concern. "Go and call Zyoko." The captain tilted his head and whispered to the stewardess. The stewardess nodded and immediately trotted out of the first class cabin. After a while, a man in his 20s or 30s walked into the first class cabin. From his clothes, he looked like an ordinary passenger. But from his sharp eyes, Jiang Chen could keenly sense that his identity should be extraordinary. Since October 2004, there has always been one seat on any China civil aviation flight that does not sell tickets. And this seat is reserved for plainclothes police in the air. These plainclothes are usually retired special forces soldiers. They are not only extraordinary, but also have rich experience in bomb disposal. When an emergency occurs during the flight that the security guard cannot handle, these plainclothes will take action to solve it. And generally, they need to take action, either hijacking or bomb incidents. As soon as he walked next to Jiang Chen, the plainclothes immediately realized that something was wrong. Without any hesitation, the plainclothes immediately squatted next to the man, called the stewardess next to him to get his toolbox, took out a few pieces of equipment from it, and then fiddled with it next to the man. Jiang Chen, who was sitting next to him, noticed that a drop of sweat ran across his forehead and dripped onto the red carpet. "What's the situation?" Seeing that Xiao Ko didn't speak for a long time, the captain was also a little panicked. He has been working in this position for more than 5 years. During this period, he didn't know how many times he had acted in anti-terrorism scenes, but this was the first time he encountered such a thing. Xiao Ko gritted his teeth, stood up and whispered to the captain, "The person is dead, and the cause of death is not yet known. A timing device was found on his body, but it is not yet certain whether it is. Anyway, evacuate the people first." Then, he looked at Jiang Chen again and warned, "Don't move yet. It is not yet certain whether there are other triggering devices near you." Jiang Chen spread his hands to show his understanding. However, when he heard from the whispers of the two that Professor Tanaka was dead, he was still quite surprised. From what Tanaka said, it can be seen that he should know a lot of information, and the more he knows, the higher his status in the organization. Using this method of exchanging one life for another is a bit too low. He always felt that something was wrong. At this moment, he suddenly thought that Tanaka seemed to have made a move before he lost consciousness. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the hat on the ground. He reached out to pick it up and touch the linen surface. He vaguely felt something metallic from the interlayer of the hat. The captain had already begun to instruct the flight attendants to evacuate the passengers in the first class cabin. Realizing that something was wrong, the passengers in the first class cabin also panicked. Who can afford to sit in the first class cabin is not rich or noble. The richer you are, the more you fear death. Of course, Jiang Chen is an exception. Although he is rich, he doesn't think he will die. Combining Tanaka's remarks just now, he has already guessed what happened. The black ship. The so-called black ship should refer to the natural selection sent to the Earth by the Harmony Camp. Judging from the fusion of civilizations mentioned by Tanaka, his understanding of the natural selection should not be limited to knowing its existence. For some reason, the organization led by Tanaka received a signal composed of electromagnetic waves or clean particle waves from the natural selection, and was bewitched, or even brainwashed by it, becoming the believers of the Harmony Camp. After the conversation with the Queen, Jiang Chen had learned that the Queen had known his secrets about crossing, and even the storage space. But what confused Jiang Chen was that until then, it still did not show any murderous intention towards him. It is not difficult to understand this point. Just like people do not have the concept of killing insects on the ground, whether they step on them to death or not. What's more, they also hope to capture themselves and return to their home planet through themselves. Why did the Harmony Camp change their minds and couldn't wait to stop him? Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. While the special police named Xiao Ko was defusing the bomb, the captain returned to the cockpit. He needed to send an emergency landing request to the nearest airport. The passengers had been evacuated, and at this moment there were only 3 people left in the entire first class cabin. Jiang Chen, Xiao Ko, and the stewardess. Seeing Jiang Chen's calm face, the stewardess was nervous and puzzled. Normally, she should be the one to comfort the emotionally unstable passenger. However, this passenger was a little special. He didn't seem to care about the bomb next to him at all. "Aren't you afraid?" the stewardess asked in a low voice after swallowing. "What's there to be afraid of?" Jiang Chen smiled. But after all, it's right next to you. If it's really a bomb, it doesn't matter where you sit. The only difference is the way of death. The crisis is over. With a series of dense beeps, the timer tied to Tanaka's waist was turned off. Zyoko breathed a sigh of relief, took the tissue handed by the stewardess, and wiped the sweat off his face. In just a moment, his whole body was soaked with sweat. Is the bomb defused? Jiang Chen asked unexpectedly. It was defused so easily? The crisis was resolved so easily that he didn't feel that he had survived a disaster at all. There is no bomb at all, at least not the bomb I have seen. As he spoke, Zyoko carefully cut open Tanaka's coat and pulled out a cut vest with an unknown plastic marble string hanging on it. The crystal clear plastic marbles were strung together by soft silk, and under the light from the top of the cabin, they looked crystal clear. At least keep this thing as a dangerous item. The crisis has been resolved. Just as Zyoko said this, the fuselage seemed to have been hit hard and shook violently. Ah! The stewardess screamed and was thrown to the ground by the shaking of the fuselage. Zyoko also staggered, but he was born as an agent. He protected the suspected dangerous item vest with one hand and grabbed the seat next to him with the other hand to stabilize his body. Fuck. What are you doing with the plane? The dangerous item in his hand almost flew out, but Zyoko was not half dead. He couldn't help cursing while holding the seat to stand firmly. For Jiang Chen, who was wearing a seatbelt, the shaking just now caught him off guard, but it did not cause any damage to him. It is normal for an airplane to shake when encountering strong air currents while flying at high altitudes. However, this continuous turbulence made Jiang Chen feel a little unusual. This was obviously not a turbulence caused by strong air currents, as if something hit the plane. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked out the window and was stunned. The cylindrical turbofan engine is burning at this moment. 5 more chapters are here. Please subscribe. Please vote. If you really don't have it, at least help me follow my WeChat public account, which will be updated with interesting content. WeChat public account. Morning Star Lines. Chapter 570 Air Crash. North of Samar Island in the Philippines, a yacht floated quietly on the surface of the western Pacific Ocean. Standing on the yacht, the man in a hat lowered the smoking launch tube on his shoulder, looked at the falling meteor, and raised his mouth. In China, with the general staff watching, they had no chance to take action at all. And with the security procedures of China's airport, they had no possibility of bringing explosives on board. So from the beginning, they had no intention of getting rid of Jiang Chen and the plane. Shoulder-fired air defense missiles are only suitable for dealing with medium and low altitude targets. It is impossible to shoot down a civil airliner flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In this case, if they want to shoot down the target with a shoulder-fired air defense missile, they need to consciously descend in altitude, threaten the passenger plane to land nearby with a bomb and force it to fly to the nearest Cebu International Airport. Shoot it down after it descends and enters the range of the portable missile. According to the route calculation, this is the best shooting position that Tanaka can analyze. As for whether the means are too cruel or whether they will hurt innocent people, this has never been a problem they considered. What beautiful fireworks. Not bad, not bad. The professor will be happy to see them. Throwing the improved Stinger launcher in his hand onto the deck, Tanaka smiled and watched the shooting star trailing thick smoke go away. It hit the left wing engine. The crash rate is only 70%. Leaning against the door of the cabin, the mercenary Radicev put down the telescope in his hand and said lightly, "Are you sure that the professor will be happy?" "Of course." Tanaka smiled, "But this is really troublesome. If he bets on the 30% probability correctly, the professor will be very troubled." "Mr. Radicev, please." He never told his men that he was the professor, and he always regarded himself as an assistant. In many ways, there are many more people who want the professor's life than those who want Jiang Chen's life. Radicev glanced at him, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. "You guys are getting more and more crazy. Aren't you afraid that your name will be put together with Al-Qaeda and IS? Cebu is the second largest city in the Philippines. Do you think the Philippine army is just for show? The Philippine army is fighting with the Moroccan country. There are still many opportunities to fish in troubled waters. Although I have prepared some interesting gadgets on the plane, just in case, please take your people to go there in person. Don't worry, there will be extra rewards for extra tasks, Tanaka said with a smile. Gadgets? Radicev was slightly moved. He didn't know what gadgets Tanaka had on hand, but he had heard that the company was developing a chemical weapon. I told you, Mr. Radicev. This is war. Tanaka stretched out a finger and shook it, then pinched the brim of his hat and adjusted it. Although it is a semi-finished product, let me take this opportunity to see its effect. Ha ha ha. The dry and unbridled laughter drifted away on the lonely sea and disappeared in the turbulent waves. Radicev silently blew out his eye circles and looked at the hazy white smoke. I need manpower, equipment, and helicopters. Tanaka stopped laughing and opened his arms to his partner. It's ready. In the Philippine ground air traffic control station, an abnormal red dot appeared on the radar. Flight Mu 771, which was originally scheduled to fly to Coro Island, New Zealand, deviated from its course and entered the Philippine airspace from the high seas. After discovering the abnormality, the air traffic controller immediately contacted the crew. Tower, this is Manila Tower, Mu 771. You have entered the Manila Area Control Range. Communication frequency 132.6. Crew, this is Flight Mu 771. The left wing engine is on fire. We were attacked by missiles. Requesting to land. Tower, what? Crew, repeat. The missile hit a left wing engine. We need help. Tower, please stay calm. Cebu Airport Tower will provide you with a landing runway. Please follow our instructions. Hit by a missile? Exclamation mark. The people in the air traffic control station panicked and called the Philippine Presidential Palace and then the headquarters. Air Force Commander Edgar, who had just made love with his wife, was about to go to bed, but was pulled out of bed by Aquino's call. Flight Mu 771 was hit by a missile. I need an explanation. As soon as the call was connected, Aquino's rushed up Edgar's head along the phone line. I don't know, but I swear, it was definitely not our people who did it. What's going on? What flights and missiles? Edgar, confused, answered in panic. Aquino gasped. Flight Mu 771 was hit near our airspace. The left wing engine caught fire, and it is now flying to Cebu Airport. Edgar's first reaction was that this must be a joke. He subconsciously glanced at the calendar and his face suddenly became ugly. Today is not April Fool's Day. It must have been shot down by the Moro people. Bullshit. Their shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles can shoot down a passenger plane at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Aquino was furious when he heard his subordinate's idiotic speech. The Moro guerrillas' limited equipment could not reach the height of the passenger plane, which was why the US F-35 fighter jets had no pressure in carrying out support operations in Mindanao. Only the Philippines has the ability to shoot down a passenger plane in that sea area. Once this hat is put on the Philippines international image will be completely ruined if they still have it. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Edgar rushed out of the house, calling his subordinates to take action, while rushing towards the headquarters. At the Manila military base, two FA-50s took off urgently and approached the direction of Flight Mu 771. When the two FA-50s arrived next to the passenger plane, they witnessed the tragic situation of the passenger plane, and the pilots flying the fighter jets immediately worried about the passengers on the passenger plane. At this moment, the left wing of the Boeing passenger plane was completely covered by black smoke. Through the layer of smoke, the flames that had not yet been extinguished could be vaguely seen. It must be said that it was a miracle that it could maintain a taxiing posture to land at the airport after being injured like this. The captain and co-pilot of Flight Mu 771 made their last struggle, praying that the wing would not break and desperately trying to save the plane that was gradually out of control. No. It's all over. We can't get to the airport. The co-pilot stared at the instrument and said desperately, "Hold on, we can do it. We must hold on to the airport. Damn it, the right wing is damaged. Engine failure. Damn it, move it for me, RRR." The captain tried to restart the engine again and again, but all failed. Mu 771 has completely turned into asterisk asterisk asterisk. The faces of all the crew members were full of despair. After the initial crying, the passengers in the plane have begun to write suicide notes on their clothes and notebooks. Witnessing this hellish scene, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of pity, but in the end he took a deep breath and calmed down. He knew that he couldn't save everyone. He silently said in his heart, "I will avenge you." Then he stood up and walked towards the toilet. "Where are you going?" The flight attendant saw Jiang Chen unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up from his seat and couldn't help asking. "To the toilet," Jiang Chen said lightly, ignoring her and walking towards the toilet. At the same time, in the cockpit, the helpless captain dropped his hands. "This is Cebu Tower, Mu 771. Position 32R, runway available, please. This is Mu 771. We can't arrive. Please tell my family that I love them." A cloud of smoke streaked across the night sky of Cebu, passed over Bohol Island, and fell towards the direction of Cagayan, a port on the northwest coast of Mindanao. Chapter 571 Hell and the People in Hell. In the Wanghae Hotel, Liu Haoshan was stuffing clothes into the suitcase. After sending Jiang Chen to the plane, his mission in Wanghae City was considered completed. He had to catch a train tomorrow morning, so he planned to pack up his luggage before going to bed. At this moment, the phone on his bedside table suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He originally thought it was a lady or an advertisement, but he was stunned when the call was connected. It was the General Staff Department in charge of Jiang Chen's safety in China. Flight crash? Hearing the news from the other end of the phone, Liu Hao almost dropped the phone in his hand. He really couldn't imagine that such a serious thing had happened just over 2 hours after boarding the plane. According to the information from the Wanghae Airport Tower, the Philippines has contacted us and conveyed the situation of a malfunction in the waters north of Samar Island. The plane was originally scheduled to make an emergency landing at Cebu International Airport, but it lost power at an altitude of 2,000 meters, missed the landing opportunity, and crashed in Cagayan City. Liu Haoshan swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "What was the cause of the accident?" "It is said that it was attacked by missiles." "Missiles? Could it be the Philippines?" "It is not certain yet, but the Philippines is a big suspect. Judging from the position and altitude of the plane, when it deviated from the course, only the Philippines has the ability to hit the passenger plane. And considering the tense relationship between Singapore and the Philippines, they do have the motive to do so. Although I don't think they are stupid enough to do such a thing. The specific cause of the accident still needs to be seen in the black box records. I don't care about the black box. Where are the people in the plane?" Liu Haoshan asked hurriedly while holding the phone. Jiang Chen has a cooperative relationship with the Liu family. If Jiang Chen has an accident, the interests of the Liu family will undoubtedly be damaged. According to the news from the Philippines, judging from the altitude and speed of the plane when it crashed, the survival rate is probably very slim. After hanging up the phone, Liu Haoshan sat down on the bed. His hand holding the phone kept shaking, and his eyebrows were twisted together. This is not good. The diplomatic relations between China and the Philippines have not been very good. It may be difficult to confirm Jiang Chen's safety through the embassy. Although he was just a qualified employee in the protocol department, he worked hard anyway. And if he remembered correctly, Cagayan should be in Mindanao, and there seemed to be a civil war there. Wait, Moro. Liu Haoshan's eyes lit up. He immediately unlocked the screen and called the Singapore embassy. The fire illuminated the night sky like a meteor that cut through the night, disturbing the dreams of every resident in Cagayan. The explosion was clearly audible even from several kilometers away, and people once thought it was the artillery fire of the guerrillas attacking the government army. Until the last moment, the captain failed to successfully restart the broken engine, and the passenger plane was forced to make a hard landing in the center of Cagayan. The nose of the plane came into close contact with the road at a 30-degree angle, and steel fragments and concrete stones fell apart together. The passenger plane slid on the ground at a terrifying speed, and the vehicles on the street were cut into the air by the wings like leaves. It embedded into the buildings on both sides like a sharp blade, and after cutting through the two walls, the wings on both sides were broken. The fuselage was dismembered into several pieces, and the nose began to drift. People cried and fled everywhere, avoiding the flying debris and looking for their loved ones in the ruins. like a punctured blood bag. The boiling blood in the fuel left a trail of blood and fire on the silent street. The scene was like hell. The disaster happened in an instant, and the pain left to the dead was only in this instant, but the pain left to the living was forever, whether in the spiritual sense, or in the real sense. The vest with plastic marbles strung in Zioko's hand was torn into pieces along with him at the beginning of the plane's disintegration, and was washed out of the cabin by the rolling air wave. Countless plastic marbles shattered on the wall and the street. The colorless liquid turned into a deep dark green the moment it came into contact with the air, and dissipated in the wind at a speed visible to the naked eye. The air crash site, the center of the ruins. The man dug through the rubble with his bloody hands, and hugged his dying wife in his arms with a howl. "Selena, wake up, you'll be fine. I'll take you to the ambulance, hold on." But at this moment, the expression on his face froze. The woman in his arms bit his shoulder. Her broken teeth penetrated into her flesh, and her bloodshot eyes were lifeless, emitting a terrifying emptiness. The man forgot his words until a whole piece of flesh was torn off by the person in his arms. The inhumane wails echoed through the streets. The man subconsciously wanted to throw away the lover in his arms, but the nails, which were painted red by blood or nail polish, had already deeply embedded in his back. The woman hugged him like an octopus, pressing him down, biting and chewing his flesh frantically. The man's clenched fists gradually loosened, and his painful struggle stopped with his breathing. Seeing that the prey was no longer moving, the full woman stood up shakily, and her lifeless pupils began to search for the next prey on the street. The man who was killed by him also slowly got up from the ground, and his pupils exuded the same creepy emptiness. Radicev carried a rifle wrapped in camouflage cloth, and used his eyes to warn of the danger in the dark. When he saw the bloody scene, even though he had experienced a lot of war, he couldn't help but frown. It's just hell. I agree with your point of view. Giles, who was walking beside him, carried a rifle and looked relaxed. 15 unidentified armed men wearing urban camouflaged combat uniforms walked on the empty streets. Taking advantage of the commotion caused by the plane crash, the guerrillas launched a general attack on Cagayan City. The sound of fire in the distance covered the wailing on the street. The fire spread in a corner of the city, but there was no sign of firefighters and nurses. All fire trucks and ambulances had been requisitioned, and even many sturdy private off-road vehicles had been conscripted and welded with .50 caliber machine guns. This was the last port of the Philippine government army on the northwest coast of Mindanao. Losing it would mean that the fire of civil war would burn to the Bohol Sea and the prosperous Cebu. In order to protect the prosperity behind, the 13th Infantry Division stationed here has issued a military order to the entire Filipino people, and will never retreat, even if it fights to the last man. Can that person still be alive after falling like this? Radishov said casually, glancing at the half-burned airplane seat at his feet. That's the theory, but no one can guarantee that the man doesn't have other cards on him. It's better to take a look. By the way, did you take the pill? Giles asked casually. It tastes like mint, Radicev said. Giles was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Yes, it tastes like mint. By the way, what would happen if you didn't take the pill? Radicev asked. That would be troublesome. Giles sighed, suddenly raised his rifle, and aimed at the civilians who were stumbling towards them. You will become like them. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the trigger at the dull face. Chapter 572, Resident Evil, Damage Rate 65%, Cultivation Fluid being extracted. 500 meters from the landing site, an iron coffin was inserted upright in the middle of the rubble. After about 5 minutes of silence, a faint humming sound of electricity sounded, and the door of the hibernation chamber slowly opened with the sound of air leakage. Cough cough, vomit. Jiang Chen stumbled out of the hibernation chamber, supported his arms on the dangerous wall beside him, and retched hard on the ground a few times. Just before the crash, he felt that something was wrong and immediately went into the toilet, locked the door, and took out the virtual reality hibernation chamber in the storage space. Although the correct use of this thing is to connect to the virtual reality network, according to the quality standards of Pan-Asia Cooperation, this thing can be used as a temporary shelter. When the culture fluid fills the interior of the hibernation chamber, its anti-fall effect is even stronger than that of power armor. When the GPS confirmed that the plane would make a hard landing in the city, Jiang Chen placed a time bomb on the wall of the toilet and then lay down in the hibernation chamber. Almost at the same time as the hibernation was activated, the time bomb blew up the side wall of the plane, and the rolling ground air currents carried the entire hibernation chamber out of the passenger plane. However, Jiang Chen still didn't expect that the user experience of this hard landing would be so uncomfortable. It seems that, although the functions of this hibernation chamber include slow descent and earthquake resistance, it is still a bit difficult to fall from a height of more than 100 meters. After resting for a while against the wall, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, stood up straight, and began to look at the surrounding environment. The half-collapsed building did not look like it was knocked down by an airplane, but it looked like it was destroyed by a shell. Combined with the yellow lines surrounding it, and the situation in Mindanao, this should be a hotspot for the battle between government forces and guerrillas. There was a flickering fire not far away. Judging from the broken fuselage, the passengers inside should not survive. Then, next, as long as we get in touch with the guerrillas, we should be able to leave the country. But I'm the only survivor, which is a bit troublesome. Jiang Chen sighed, put the hibernation chamber into the storage space, stepped over a rolled steel bar, and walked to the street. For some reason, the street was terribly quiet at this time. From this unnatural silence, Jiang Chen immediately smelled a hint of unusual smell. After something like this happened, there is not even an ambulance on the street. Frowning slightly, Jiang Chen took out his phone and dialed Dacia's number. The user you are calling is out of service area or has been turned off. Jiang Chen hung up the phone and glanced at the upper left corner of the phone. No signal? Here we have to popularize a common sense that most people will get wrong. Ordinary mobile phones use signal base stations and signal optical cables to make calls. If it is an international long distance call, an undersea cable is added. Only special satellite phones, such as American Iridium phones, use satellites to make calls. If the call cannot be connected, there are only two possible reasons. One is that the plane crashed into all the signal base station antennas, and the other is that the Philippines took the initiative to shut down the signal base stations in Cagayan. The former is obviously unrealistic, so it can only be the latter. Shut down the communication base station? But why? Jiang Chen frowned and thought after putting away his phone. If it was because of the plane crash, it would be understandable that the phone could not be dialed, but the Philippines directly shut down the communication base station, which is a bit intriguing. Blocking the news after the plane crash, don't they want to do disaster relief? Or is it that something happened in Cagayan that they have to hide? From time to time, the sound of artillery can be heard from afar, and it can be seen that a war is breaking out outside Cagayan. Under the support of the noise in the distance, the silence on the street seems particularly weird, as if this area is not a city, but a cemetery. Get out. Shit. The scream suddenly sounded, breaking the silence of the cemetery. The smell of blood drifted along with the howling, and in the dim light of the fire, there seemed to be a vague figure in a trance. Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva, reached into his pocket, and took out a pistol from the storage space. It was not because he thought he could use it, but the metal texture of the pistol gave people a sense of security. The man's face was dull, and the bloodshot eyes were clearly visible under the illumination of the street lamp, even if he was standing more than 10 meters away. Suddenly, a terrible thought emerged in Jiang Chen's mind. Could it be that this is impossible? Although thinking so, Jiang Chen still subconsciously pulled out the pistol and pointed it at the civilian who staggered towards him. Stop! There was no response. Hearing Jiang Chen's voice, the civilian with a bloody face actually quickened his pace and showed his bloody teeth. There is no doubt that only the dead will not be afraid of weapons. Bang! The sound of the gun broke the silence of the street. With a bloody hole on his forehead and a dull look in his eyes, the zombie fell to the ground. What the hell is going on? Shit. Cursing and lowering the muzzle of his gun, Jiang Chen walked to the zombie, took out a dagger, and cut open its neck. Unlike the zombies in the apocalypse, there were no traces of X1 bacteria infection or ice-sized crystals found behind the zombie's head. It seemed that the infection of the zombies here was caused by a completely different pathogenic mechanism. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was relieved. Hungry. Low roars came from both ends of the street. Jiang Chen looked up and saw that the zombies had surrounded him. In the houses beside the street, terrifying faces were pressed against the glass windows, smearing blood. Is it because of the gunshot? Jiang Chen looked at the pistol in his hand and said to himself, forget it, let's evacuate temporarily. After that, he put away his weapon and started to travel. The cold wind blew and rolled up a few leaves of packaging bags. Jiang Chen kept his left hand raised horizontally and his eyebrows jumped awkwardly. Didn't start successfully? What happened? Question mark. The windows of the apartment building next to him shattered and the bloody man fell to the street with the broken glass. At the height of the third floor, a normal person would be crippled, but this man seemed to be fine. He staggered to his feet and aimed his bloodthirsty eyes at the only living thing on the street, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's hair stood on end. He gave up trying to activate the time travel and immediately took out the Ripper rifle from the storage space. Zombies fell from the building like dumplings and rushed over with the zombies on both sides of the street. The muzzle flame sprayed and the bullets tore the nearest zombies apart. With the butt of the rifle tucked under his armpit, Jiang Chen held the rifle with one hand and picked up the laser sword with the other hand. He swung it at a zombie that rushed over and split the ugly face in half. Fuck. Are you mistaken? This is not the end of the world. He kicked the zombie that rushed towards him away, bit his teeth, and changed the mode of the lightsaber, throwing out a spinning and flying light blade. At the same time, he threw the handle of the lightsaber back into the storage space, took out a new magazine in an instant, and quickly replaced the empty one. Flesh and bullets flew everywhere. Jiang Chen desperately fought his way out of the zombie encirclement and ran towards the tallest apartment building nearby with the rifle in his arms. While running along the road, he reached for a pickup truck with one hand and put it into the storage space. He ran into the apartment building, turned around and rat-tat swept down several zombies chasing him and waved his left hand to hold the pickup truck across the entrance of the apartment building. It seems that the storage space can still be used. The zombies swarmed over and pressed the pickup truck tightly against the door. The huge thrust even made the metal shell scream under the heavy pressure. But no matter how hard they squeezed, they couldn't squeeze the door open. Panting, Jiang Chen leaned against the entrance of the apartment building and lowered the rifle in his hand. After resting for a while, he grinned at the zombies outside the entrance of the apartment building and raised his left hand. Looking at the clear and energy-filled lines, Jiang Chen frowned. Confusion lingered in his heart. Why can't it be used? Chapter 573. The virus is spreading. Walking on the deserted streets, the 15-man team held their rifles and fired alternately in an orderly manner, shooting the zombies on the street. They had silencers on the muzzles of their guns, so the shots only made short kite chirps. The zombies were often shot dead before they realized what was happening here. Occasionally, they would encounter civilians who mistook them for the Philippine army and waved their arms to ask for help. But those civilians obviously did not recognize that the uniforms of these people did not belong to any country, and there were no badges on their shoulders to indicate their identities. Whether zombies or civilians, they were all within their shooting range. Will people who don't eat mint candy also not be infected? After shooting the civilians who raised their hands for help and ran towards them, Radis asked Charles in a cold-blooded voice. Not everyone will be infected. Just like smallpox, although the mortality rate is terrifyingly high, there are always one or two lucky people who are immune to this thing, Giles said with a relaxed tone while holding the rifle. How large is the range of this thing's impact? Radis asked. It only takes 2.5 L to add a dead city to this world, Giles said happily. Radisev glanced at Giles and moved his eyes back to the holographic sight. It's really a terrifying thing. Just 2.5 L of venom costs as much as $250 million US. Although it has a strong ability to spread, the virus has a weak ability to survive outside the body, and ordinary ultraviolet rays can kill it. Therefore, this thing can only spread at night and implement the first round of infection. So it's a semi-finished product, Giles said with a smile. Although it is only a semi-finished product, its lethality is still impeccable. It only takes 1 hour instead of 1 night to turn thousands of people into zombies. Even if you are lucky enough to be immune to the first round of infection, After being bitten by relatives and friends who have become zombies, you will be assimilated into zombies by the more contagious indirect infection. Radicev said nothing more and returned his attention to the task at hand. At this moment, a slight gunshot came from the street in the distance. Did you hear it? Giles stopped. I heard it. It was gunfire. Radicev gestured to the team, signaling his men to stop. Squinting his eyes at the fire in the distance, Giles said softly, there are two possibilities. One possibility is that the Philippine government forces have discovered the situation. Another possibility is that Jiang Chen fired the gun. Jiang Chen? That's impossible. Although he is an important person, it is still too unrealistic to carry a gun on the plane. Radicev denied. No need to bring it on the plane. If it is him, it is not difficult to conjure a weapon out of thin air, so don't be careless later. After a pause, Radicev smiled mysteriously and continued, you know, we are fighting against God. You are talking nonsense. Radicev said coldly. Giles shrugged and continued to hold the rifle in his hand. I know you don't believe it. Forget it. No matter what, let's go to the black box first. He can't run away within 3 days. After we get the black box, we can play with him slowly. Giles walked in front of the team with unclear words, calling Radishov to continue on the road. Taking out the mechanical exoskeleton from the storage space and wearing it on his body, Jiang Chen rechecked his equipment. The power armor is too big and has been exposed in Koro Island. It is not suitable for use in such a developed area. If it was witnessed in Cagayan City, Philippines, it would be hard not to make some strange associations with it. For example, this biochemical crisis is actually related to the new country. Otherwise, why is it so coincidental that the power armor appeared in Cagayan at the same time as the crisis broke out? In comparison, the mechanical exoskeleton that can be worn under clothes is much more concealed. And facing the zombies of ordinary level, an exoskeleton is enough. Jiang Chen was still a little concerned when Tanaka pointed out his trump card. However, considering the position of the Harmony camp, they should not allow others to know that Jiang Chen can travel to the end of the 22nd century. If other people master the secret to the parallel space, it is hard to say what the final impact will be. Moreover, even if Jiang Chen said I'm from the future, the media would only treat it as a joke. Just like if Jiang Chen said in front of the media that the alien colony ship is on the way and so is a bull traitor, no one would believe it. The only lucky thing is that Jiang Chen can now be sure that there are factors in him that make them afraid or even terrified. It is very likely that this is a breakthrough to solve the crisis of the natural selection. But the question is, what exactly is that breakthrough? Carefully touching the 12th floor, Jiang Chen opened the iron door on the top floor. The cold wind blew in his face, and he squinted his eyes when he walked to the edge of the building. The whole city seemed to be dead, and the cold river divided the city into two worlds. The west was brightly lit, and the east was dark. A little further away, traces of a firefight between government forces and guerrillas could be seen. Before he was sure of the cause of the plane crash, he did not intend to contact the government forces that controlled Cagayan City. Although the biggest suspect in shooting down the plane was the dead Tanaka, the only country capable of shooting down a plane flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters at that location could only be the Philippines. Considering the unfriendly relationship between him and the Philippines, Jiang Chen had every reason to suspect that Tanaka had a connection with the Philippines. After all, one was Japanese and the other was Filipino, and neither of them was a good person. Thanks to the darkness and the war, there were few pedestrians on the street. When the unknown virus spread, there were not many zombies wandering on the street. But even so, the population base of hundreds of thousands also made the city extremely dangerous. The sound of gunfire continued, and the city west of the river began to lose power in an orderly manner. I don't know if those fighting people noticed that the soil they were fighting for had become a grave. Where did the virus spread from? With such a question, Jiang Chen took out the telescope and began to search the street. Then, his eyes stopped on the damaged passenger plane. Could it be the source of infection is on the passenger plane? His pupils shrank slightly. Two groups of people appeared in his field of vision. One group was wearing Philippine military uniforms and gas masks, and they looked like local government troops. They were covered in blood, and a Black Hawk helicopter was hovering not far away. They seemed to have different opinions on whether to shoot and kill these chaotic civilians. But in the end, their captain made up their minds for them. He raised his gun and shot the mob on the ground, then led the team to approach the wreckage of the plane. Another group of people wore urban camouflage uniforms, but did not wear any anti-gas equipment, and there were no badges indicating their identity on their uniforms. Just from the equipment in their hands, Jiang Chen could not tell which country's army they were from. But one thing is certain, they are not the Philippine government army, and they are definitely not guerrillas. Because the weapons of the guerrillas were all provided by him. Compared with the hesitation of those government troops, this group of people is obviously much more decisive. It's as if they know that those who have lost their minds are zombies. They will shoot all the zombies that approach without any hesitation. The government army noticed this uninvited guest, raised their guns and warned them, and shouted bird language to them. However, the reaction of that group of people was still so unhesitating. As if those government troops were also zombies, they pulled the trigger, rolling on the ground to ask for votes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574 Fragile. Today is the 5th update. I stayed up all night for 2 days. I'll go to the hospital for a checkup later. I didn't believe that there would be occupational diseases in this industry, but it turns out that I still need to pay more attention to exercise. I feel so uncomfortable these days that I can't eat. I hope it's just a psychological effect. If you want to comfort me, please subscribe to this book. In the most prosperous area of Dongcheng district, there are shrill horns. On the narrow street, the cars are stuck in a long dragon with no end in sight. Unable to figure out the situation ahead, and unable to get through on the phone, people can only use horns and swear words to vent their dissatisfaction. Can the person in front hurry up? What the hell are you doing? Jiang, the truck driver, stuck his head out of the window and cursed at the person in front. Seeing that the crowded traffic was not moving forward, the man got out of the car, leaned against the door and looked around, and chatted with the driver of the car next to him. Shit, how long will this traffic jam last? I hope it's not tomorrow. Do you know what happened ahead? Who knows? I can't get through on the phone, I can't connect to the internet, and my wife is waiting for me at home. Fuck, it's so unlucky. Has there ever been a traffic jam here? Probably. No, it seemed to have been a year ago. I heard that a plane crashed in our Dongcheng district. Maybe that's why. The driver of another car also joined the conversation. Aha, was that a plane just now? I thought it was a meteor. Whatever it is, don't let it fall into my yard, the truck driver muttered while leaning against the window. At this time, there was a bang in the distance. Everyone subconsciously shrank their necks and then resumed chatting. This war has been going on for half a year, and the sound of artillery and gunfire in Mindanao has never stopped. At first they would scream, but now they can only shrink their necks. People are animals that are good at habit. When they can't change this situation, they will begin to get used to this life in war. Are the guerrillas firing again? That group of crazy people who don't care about their lives. Wait, what is that? The man leaning against the car door suddenly noticed the commotion ahead on the road and frowned. Someone was running wildly. No, it was a group of people running wildly. They ran through the gaps between vehicles, stepped on the front windows, and flipped over the roofs, and pounced on the living people frantically. On their faces was blood. Realizing that something was wrong, the man locked the car door, hesitated and trotted back 2 steps, gritted his teeth, and started to run away. Everyone ran to avoid the group of crazy people who were inexplicably biting anyone they saw. Screams came one after another, and the congested road was in chaos. The drivers who were reluctant to leave their cars either curled up with their heads in their hands, or stepped on the accelerator desperately. Although many people have seen Resident Evil, when all this really came out of the screen, everyone's first reaction was to be helpless. Are they really zombies? Are they alive or dead? Once you have such hesitations, only death is waiting for you. The truck driver closed the window in panic, but the half-closed window was stuck by a hand that reached in. Cursing, he swung the steering wheel lock and hit the bloody hand desperately while stepping on the accelerator. The truck smashed the BMW in front of it and pushed it forward 2 meters, but it could no longer move. The driver's face turned pale, and he realized how stupid it was to stay in the car when a group of bloodthirsty people rushed over. The group of crazy people with blood on their faces had surrounded him. The driver trembled and held the steering wheel lock against his chest, looking at the car window with shallow cracks, and his pants were lightly stained with dirty yellow water stains. At this moment, he suddenly glimpsed with his peripheral vision that the taxi driver who was just chatting with him had been pulled out of the broken car window, crying the name of God and his daughter, and his neck was bitten off by a zombie. In Cagayan City, on the bridge across the Cagayan River, police cars were lined up in a row, and armed police holding riot shields guarded the cordon, blocking the crowd trying to cross the river. The East City District has been completely cut off from power and the internet, but these police use the municipal dedicated line, so the command system is not chaotic, only everyone's brain is confused. Compared with the uninformed people, they grasped the intelligence from the front at the first time. The crashed passenger plane carried an unknown virus, and the life and death status of the infected was unknown. The known clinical reaction was to fall into frenzy and attack all non-infected targets. The entire East City District of Cagayan City has been completely shrouded in the shadow of the virus. In order to prevent the virus from spreading to the West City District, they set up temporary checkpoints on several bridges leading to the Cagayan River. Of course, these grassroots police who blocked the bridges could not know the inside story. The order they received was only to block the bridge, and no one was allowed to pass through. The riots in Jiang Chen District were all caused by thugs. In order to prevent thugs from mixing with the crowd into Zicheng District, they were ordered to block all roads leading to Zicheng District before the security forces controlled the situation. However, the people above did not tell them clearly how to solve this problem, including whether they should shoot when facing zombies. Shoot. They are all civilians. Even if their brains are damaged by the virus, they can still move, which means they are not dead yet. Who will be responsible for the consequences of shooting at unarmed civilians or citizens of their own country? What's more, what if there is a better way to solve this problem afterwards? For example, an antidote or something. It doesn't matter what the consequences will be. Anyone who gives the order to shoot will face liquidation after the accident and may even be labeled a butcher and scolded for hundreds of years. Don't shoot. But tear gas and batons are almost useless against these lunatics. Even if well-trained soldiers can subdue 1 or 2 zombies with hand-to-hand combat, this kind of personal bravery is completely useless in the face of the swarming zombies. No one wants to take responsibility. Everyone knows what to do, but no one wants to give the order. When the crisis comes, the management still shirks responsibility, which fully reflects the weakness of the Philippine government in crisis response. This has been fully demonstrated during several typhoons. In the face of disasters, this country cannot survive without relying on international rescue teams. Why don't you let us cross the bridge? There is a riot there. Instead of stopping them, you stop us poor people from escaping? The man shouted angrily, knocking on the riot shield with his fist. Riot. This is the official explanation of the virus in the Philippines. In order to avoid unnecessary panic, this is a white lie. The reporter drove a camera and broadcast the chaotic scene through a satellite base station. I'm now in Cagayan City, Philippines. At 10:37 tonight, a total of 3 horrific events occurred in this city. Air crash, guerrillas launched a general attack on the southwest military camp, and the Green Church in Dongcheng District responded to the attack of the Moro guerrillas through riots. In responding to the crisis, the Philippine government has been weak and incompetent. Hong Kong reporters who run faster than Western reporters report for you. Obviously, something went wrong in the report. Faced with the indignant people, these policemen had very complicated feelings. They had to face abuse and saliva, but they could not fight back. The government army has urgently withdrawn a brigade of troops from the front line and is pulling up a protective net on the street 2 kilometers east of the bridge. As long as the situation on the bridge side is under control, a physical examination station will be set up in a while to transfer the people who are confirmed to be safe to the other side of the bridge. Thinking of this, the police chief breathed a sigh of relief. Although until now, the people from the Ministry of Health have not come up with a plan to control the epidemic. Suddenly, screams came from the back of the crowd. Several zombies rolled over the railings at the bridgehead and rushed towards the crowd with no way to retreat. The zombies have broken through the army's defense line. At the place where the riot broke out, the sheriff saw a zombie wearing a Philippine military uniform. One of his ears was bitten off, and a rifle was hanging on his shoulder, and the rifle was still stained with blood. The zombies rushing into the crowd were like tigers entering a flock of sheep. People used bags, umbrellas, and even reporters' cameras to frantically hit the zombies, but facing these crazy beasts, it was useless. People begged the special police holding riot shields, begging them to get out of the way. The police all looked in the direction of the sheriff, waiting for his order. The sheriff held the walkie-talkie, anxiously said the first sentence, and then fell silent. Facts have proved that, as long as you stand in a certain position, even a small person can decide the fate of thousands of people. The police saw their superiors, their hands holding the walkie-talkie dropped, and then gradually relaxed. The walkie-talkie slipped from his hand, and he pulled out the police revolver at his waist, and pointed it at the crowd. Bang! In an instant, everyone fell silent. The man who was fighting for the police's riot shield stared with disbelief and slowly fell to the ground. No one thought that the police would shoot. Even the police did not expect that their leader would fire the first shot. What are you waiting for? Shoot. Think about your loved ones behind you. They are infected, not thugs. Didn't you see? All those who are scratched and bitten will become their kind. All the responsibility is mine. I order you. Shoot. 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 The sheriff used all his strength to roar at his subordinates. The roar blew away the fear. The gunshots rang sparsely, and after the initial hesitation, they began to intensively. The abandoned people faced those who had protected them in despair, and the eyes that went from pain to determination, and then to indifference. For the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, thousands of people were sacrificed. The sheriff did not carry out the ambiguous and stubborn order of his superiors, and arbitrarily issued the order to shoot. Those who did not want to die began to jump into the river, those who were desperate opened their arms, and those who were unwilling to be abandoned used their last strength to throw stones at the explosion-proof shield. The stones hit the sheriff's face, and broke his forehead. Blood flowed down his forehead, and stained his left eye. But he was smiling. The correct order had been issued, and what would happen in the end was no longer something he could predict. He raised the pistol again, and closed his eyes. But this time, he aimed at his own temple. Bang! Chapter 575 Air Raid. The foothills south of Cagayan City. A bird helicopter and two figures. One squatting, the other standing. As if he was tired of squatting, Tanaka stood up, opened his arms to the half-dark Cagayan City, and said with a smile, "See, my masterpiece." Standing next to him was a man in a suit and leather shoes, who was holding a heavy high-power telescope and observing the riots in the city. As far as weapons are concerned, it's not bad. As far as businessmen are concerned, he gave such an evaluation. As expected of President Tanamura, both his style and words are very villainous. Tanaka said with a smile. Without the support of funds and connections, any conspiracy is out of the question. The plan of the Black Ship organization could not be realized without the soil and nutrients provided by the Japanese government and Japanese-funded enterprises. This weapon with impeccable military and economic value is a perfect plan for the Japanese government, which is actively lifting the ban on collective self-defense rights, and Tequila Pharmaceutical, which can make a fortune from the vaccine business. For example, what if the virus breaks out in their hated neighboring country, or in the home of their master? Takeda Pharmaceutical, the only company that controls antiviral vaccines, will become the world's richest company overnight, and Japan, which controls Tequila Pharmaceutical, will also complete its long-cherished wish that was not seen in the last century overnight. However, if the Japanese government and Tequila Pharmaceutical knew the real plan of Tanaka Yoshihiro, I don't know if they would still think so. But they will never know, just like no one really believes that Jiang Chen can travel back and forth to the future. No one will believe that Tanaka is paving the way for aliens to land on a planet without any resistance. Even if one person uses Future Man as the company name, and one person names his organization Black Ship, Tanemura Hiroshi put away the telescope, glanced at Tanaka, and walked straight to the helicopter without saying a word. "Don't you want to watch it for a while?" Tanaka turned and smiled. "No, the board of directors only needs to determine the actual combat value of the virus." Tanemura Hiroshi said lightly with his back to Tanaka. "Judging a samurai sword only from the perspective of practical value will make it lose its luster." "Oh." Tanemura Hiro turned around and looked at Tanaka with an inquiring look. "Do you know what killed this city?" Tanaka asked with a smile. Tanemura Hiro raised his eyebrows. "Virus?" "Wrong." Tanaka shook his finger and smiled. "It's weakness. Weakness unique to civilized society. 10 kilometers away in Cagayan City, the West City district has completely fallen. Only one bridge stood firm to the end, but there are a total of 5 bridges from the East City district to the West City district. What destroys civilization is weakness. Sympathize with the weak, respect life, respect the law, respect human rights. All human virtues will become a burden to survival when facing irresistible difficulties. Trying to use a hug to influence the wife who has become a zombie, holding a dagger in his hand, but not stabbing the neighbor's head because of despair and not wanting to become a zombie. He chose to jump off the building. Standing on the roof overlooking the blood-strewn streets, Jiang Chen deeply realized this. Although he hated this rogue country, when he saw the tragedy happening in front of him, he still instinctively felt nauseous at this cruel scene. These bastards. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen raised his rifle, took 2 steps towards the building opposite, and jumped up. With the help of the mechanical exoskeleton, he directly crossed the distance of more than 10 meters. Just jumping between the buildings, he rushed towards the crash site. The exchange of fire between the Philippine government forces and the unknown armed forces has ended. 5 of the 8 government soldiers were killed at the moment of the exchange of fire, and the remaining 3 only lasted 10 seconds under 15 gun points. The Black Hawk helicopter was about to evacuate, but was shot down by a Stinger missile. The unknown armed forces quickly took over the control of the crash site, and a soldier stepped forward and prepared to enter the wreckage of the aircraft to recover the black box. Whoosh! A bullet pierced the soldier's head. Giles' smiling eyes suddenly opened and locked onto the building 100 meters away. "Here they come. Hide." Radicev made a gesture, and everyone immediately hid in the nearby bunkers and fired back at Jiang Chen. Seeing the militants react quickly, Jiang Chen smacked his tongue and continued to shoot at the bunker. The calmness of these people in the face of zombies and the fact that they did not carry gas masks were enough to show that they were closely related to the virus and Tanaka. Whether it was the source of the virus or the reason why the time travel could not be activated, Jiang Chen believed that the answer could be found in these people. So, go to hell. Jiang Chen lowered his head to dodge a few bullets, then raised his hand and threw out 10 hummingbird drones. He tapped his fingers on EP several times and circled several red circles. When he saw the discs with gun muzzles whizzing over, Radicev immediately set up his rifle and fired at the drones. The orange-yellow bullets flew above the wreckage of the plane. Radicev was hit by a bullet on the shoulder and eliminated 2 of them. Among this group of people, he had the best shooting skills and the most combat experience. However, even so, it was his first time to fight against such a terrifying thing. Damn it. Where did these things come from? While cursing, Radicev changed the magazine under the intermittent fire of his teammates. "I said, we are fighting against God, so don't be surprised." Giles, with blood on his forehead, leaned against the back of the battered bunker, still maintaining a shooting posture and firing. At the cost of 5 people, 10 drones were finally shot down. Such a powerful war weapon made these people feel a chill to the bone. And Jiang Chen was also surprised. 10 drones can't even take care of them? Although EP's computing resources are limited, it shouldn't be so bad that it can't even take care of 15 people. It can only be said that these people's shooting skills are really good. Because EP can only connect to 10 hummingbirds at most as a terminal, Jiang Chen didn't put a lot of them in the storage space. There are stronger VIPs and reptiles, but Jiang Chen doesn't want to expose them too early. What's more, he has other toys. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen raised a grim smile at the corner of his mouth and took out a thick and long heavy machine gun from the storage space under the cover of the bunker. Heavy machine gun. Back off. Radisev's pupils shrank suddenly, and at the same time he threw a smoke bomb and ran back to change bunkers. Too late. Jiang Chen carried the heavy machine gun and smashed the mounting bracket to the ground fiercely. The transparent hexagonal grid-shaped transparent bulletproof plate unfolded, reflecting the colorful oil light under the firelight of the wreckage of the plane, reflecting a grim face. A string of red dots appeared on his retina. Jiang Chen aimed at the nearest one and pulled the trigger. Go to hell. The violent trajectory brought a gust of wind and tore through the dense smoke. All the shelters and flesh hit by the huge bullet were torn into pieces. The undisguised gunshots attracted zombies, and those irritating hearts were included in Jiang Chen's shooting range. Kill. 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 Leaning against the back of the building, Radisev was panting in shock. Just a moment ago, only 6 of the 10 team members were left. He still couldn't figure out where the machine gun came from. Is it really Jiang Chen? Not the special forces of the Philippines or Singapore? Don't you believe it now? My dear Mr. Radisev. I said, we are killing gods, to welcome the new gods. Giles added the last sentence in a low voice, glanced at the numbers on his watch, grinned, and took out a signal stick from his waist. You don't plan to use power armor anyway. What a pity. Then try this. After saying that, he leaned out of the bunker and threw the signal stick in his hand to Jiang Chen. The signal stick flipped in the air and burst into a bright red flame. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and at the same time as he ended his frenzy, he suddenly jumped to the side. Almost at the same time, a gust of wind blew, mixed with a rain of bullets from the sky, blowing down the entire building. The 25mm machine gun tore the shield machine gun in the building into concrete fragments and exposed steel bars. Holding the steel bars of the anti-theft net with one hand, Jiang Chen looked back at the building where he had stood before, and a drop of cold sweat slid across his forehead. Damn, it's a good thing I didn't wear power armor. The dull roar was fleeting, and in the dark night sky, he saw the silhouette of a fighter plane whizzing past. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.